All right. We should be live on YouTube. While I'm setting things up, I'm going to hit this.
Madam Speaker, through the Department of Immigration, you will find that there are settlement programs and there's agreements between provinces. You have nonprofits, all forms of support for immigrants because not everyone around the world can in fact speak English and French. So for example, if we take a look at the individuals that came from Ukraine to settle in many ways, you will find that whether it's the private sector or government-supported English classes or French classes that are actually to encourage individuals to become better integrated into society. I don't necessarily have the same fears that my colleague across the way has because the government does provide support mechanisms, and I think Canadians as a whole value diversity and understand and appreciate how, as a multicultural society, that has helped made us the #1 country in the world to call home.
Great answer.
Questions et commentaires, questions and comments. The Honourable Deputy Chief Whip.
Thank you, Madam Speaker.
And I think Canadians
want
as a
to
whole
thank my colleague for an excellent speech that raised a lot of points of misinformation that the opposite party has been spewing on this bill, and this really important bill that we made a promise to Canadians, lost Canadians, that we're going to restore this specific requirement in accessing their citizenship for their children and their grandchildren. Many of us did that work, and the member just really put those points of misinformation to the forefront and explained what they were lying to Canadians about. Madam Speaker, can the member expand on that, expand on why we cannot use this as a divisive point to lie to Canadians, to mislead Canadians in thinking that we're doing something that we're not doing?
Member, we have a point of order from the Honourable Member. I am sorry. Swilcurrent Grasslands, Kindersley.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I believe the member in her question is insinuating that the Conservative Party was lying to Canadians. We know that that's not true, and it's unparliamentary to insinuate.
The Honourable Deputy Whip. Sorry.
Speaker, I will replace I do agree that maybe my motion got ahead
just
of
one
me.
moment,
I
please,
will
until my
replace.
mic goes off.
Is there a translation issue? Thank you, Madam Speaker. I apologize to the member opposite. I do agree that maybe the words were not the ones that we use in this house, but I do have to say that it's very misleading and it's very un-Canadian of them, and I will switch those words to misleading Canadians.
The Honourable Deputy House Leader.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I appreciate the context of the question and recognize that there are many individuals that have really contributed to what has been a very lengthy debate, and we're talking about many years. And I think of individuals like Don Chapman and others that ultimately have been there to support members of all sides of the House in recognizing the need to give citizenships to those entitled to it by birth, Madam Speaker. And there's the lost Canadians have been at the forefront in terms of pushing government and ultimately even the courts to address this issue. I'm hopeful that Bill C-3 will finally put to rest many of the different concerns that are out there. It would have been a powerful statement to see every member support for the principles of Bill C-3. That would be a powerful statement to all Canadians.
Great answer.
Questions et commentaires, questions and comments. L'honorable député de
The Honourable Member for Pierre Boucher-les Verchères. Thank you, Madam Speaker. What I found interesting in my colleague's words is when he mentioned that one of the elements they put in C3 to bring back a substantive link with Canada, they added 1,095 days, which is essential for those coming through immigration. But another parameter required is to know French for those who want to immigrate into Canada. So why would it be good for some immigrants but not for other immigrants? Why do we have a two-lane system being created here? Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Secretary, in 5 seconds.
The member does not recognize the difference between a birthright than someone that is naturalized. In there, you'll find the answer, Madam Speaker.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Aurora Oak Ridges, Richmond Hill.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, Bill C-3 is once again before us. The Liberals have dismantled our immigration system and turned it into a circus. They threw open our borders, inviting in millions of people over the last decade without the necessary housing, healthcare, or jobs to support them. Let's look at the results, Madam Speaker. Housing prices have shot up to unattainable levels. We're already in a housing deficit before increasing our population. Adding millions of new people to a housing market that was already undersupplied created an environment that resulted in skyrocketing rents and out-of-reach home prices. Just last week in my riding, Madam Speaker, I had a mother tell me that their daughter wanted to start a family, but couldn't because they could not afford to buy a home. Another father told me his son, working full-time but cannot afford a place to rent, is stuck in the basement. Many of my colleagues on this side of the aisle, and I'm sure on that side of the aisle are hearing the same stories across our entire country. Madam Speaker, at Health Committee, witnesses noted that if immigration levels continue to be mismatched with provincial health care delivery, outcomes will suffer for all Canadians. Madam Speaker, let me tell you, Canadians are already suffering. Liberals not considering healthcare capacity in their immigration policies have meant longer wait times for both immigrants and Canadians. People are waiting upwards of 8 hours in hospital emergency rooms. And when they get a room, they're in the hallway for hours and hours, if not days. People are waiting months to see a specialist for basic diagnostic services. Longer wait times mean everyone's health suffers. Madam Speaker, right now, there's also a youth job crisis. Just in the Greater Toronto Area alone, youth unemployment is hovering dangerously close to the 20% mark. The importance of a first job in high school or coming out of higher education cannot be understated for our youth wanting to start their life, their adult life. A first job for our youth builds critical skills and kickstarts a career. Without the ability to get a job, especially a first job coming out of higher education, long-term earnings are impacted, careers stall, and a sense of hopelessness kicks in. That's the situation our youth find themselves in after 10 years of disastrous liberal immigration policies where a mind-boggling amount of temporary foreign workers and international students were let in the country. When the Prime Minister says we need to make sacrifices, what he really means, Madam Speaker, is both new immigrants and Canadians must suffer for 10 years of liberal failed policies. So, Madam Speaker, with all that in mind, forgive me if I am a bit skeptical about the Liberal migration bill before us, as it promises to potentially add thousands of new Canadians into an already overburdened system that does nothing to address the challenges we are already seeing.
What's up, Spider-Man? How's it going?
Previously mentioned in speeches
Long day today.
Liberals will say that they have to pass the legislation because of a lower court ruling that said the first-generation limit of citizenship by descent could go on indefinitely. What they failed to mention is that not only did they not appeal the court ruling, but they have control over how it is implemented through the legislation that they put forward as a minority government. The legislation before us today does not include the common sense amendments passed at committee, as we've heard all morning. Those amendments would have turned a lousy Liberal bill into a slightly less lousy Liberal bill. Yesterday felt a bit like deja vu, Madam Speaker. Liberals once again joined by their coalition partners, the NDP, to vote down our common sense amendments. Madam Speaker, I'm going to summarize for you what happened. The committee studied the bill. Conservatives worked together with our bloc colleagues to pass reasonable amendments, such as new Canadians being required to know one of the two of our official languages, having a criminal background check to protect the safety of Canadians, and a lot of other important points. Then Liberals came to the House and voted down all of the amendments. What are the amendments they voted against, Madam Speaker? Liberals voted against new Canadians having a criminal background check. Residents in my riding do not want people with criminal records immigrating to Canada and walking in our streets.
Agreed.
Liberals voted against new Canadians knowing a little bit of either the English or French language. It is hard to integrate into a new country already knowing the language, let alone not knowing the language is setting up, certainly, immigrants to fail. Even the minister said that our official languages were part of Canadian values. If these are Canadian values, as the minister suggested, why did the Liberals vote against them putting them in the bill? Why didn't the minister, who believes that, not put him in the bill in the first place? Liberals also voted against harmonizing the residency requirements that someone requires to obtain citizenship through naturalization with citizenship by descent. Providing proof of 3 years residency over an entirety of someone's life will cause huge administrative problems. The amendment that was proposed changed this to 3 years within a 5-year period, consistent with how our immigration system works now. How is an immigration officer supposed to verify, Madam Speaker, 3 years of a physical presence over the course of someone's life, using records that are decades old and in many cases may not even exist? But, Madam Speaker, I have something to get off my chest. At Immigration Committee last week, the 7th Liberal immigration minister in the last 10 years was questioned on a different bill. When I started mentioning the potential improvements to her, she said, as I quote, "Suggestions and helpful comments are very much appreciated," and went to say that the committee is here to give recommendations. Madam Speaker, how the process on Bill C-3 has played out is emblematic of the last 10 years of this Liberal government. They do not care about recommendations. They don't care about what other parliamentarians have to say. They have no respect for
Yeah, they're a cult. It's literally insane. The only reason they're debating this right now is because that vote passed yesterday. If it was shut down, then we wouldn't be here. Let's go into something in the meantime. So, I don't know why that instantly played, but there is a poll here coming from Nanos Research, October 28th. I don't know where they are getting this information. Once again, I don't believe any poll, period. They also really don't tell you where they took this poll in. Which riding was it? Was it a heavy Liberal riding? Was it a neutral riding? Was it somewhere in Quebec or BC? They don't really tell you. Was it a spread across every province? They don't tell you, is what I'm getting at. I don't know where this information is coming from. 49%? Yeah, exactly. 27%, exactly. That's what I'm trying to get at here. I don't know where they're getting this information from. Now, this is from last year's support, 2024 to 2025. It doesn't make any sense. I don't know. This is a CPAC video that they did 16 hours ago, so this is recent information. This isn't old.
The last week, asking Canadians who they would prefer to balance the budget without hurting them, who they would prefer for economic growth. And Mark Carney has an advantage over Pierre Poilievre. So over the course of a campaign, if one did get kicked off, maybe that advantage would start to tell and push the Liberal numbers further. But if we are in a bit of a polarized electorate where it is primarily party brand that is keeping the Conservatives afloat, it might not matter much that Mark Carney has that edge over Pierre Poilievre.
Look, I feel like regardless, if an election were to happen, I don't have much confidence that Poilievre would win. I still think that there's a ton of people that would just blindly vote for the Liberals again. I don't know, maybe they don't watch anything other than the CBC and CTV News, but yes, they have a hardcore dedicated group of people that would have literally voted for even Trudeau again if Trudeau ran instead of Mark Carney. This cult behavior, I don't know what it is. I have a feeling that if an election were to happen this winter, that the Liberals would probably win it again. I don't know if they would win a majority, though. I think they would maybe lose a couple seats, but so would the Conservatives. And overall, I don't know if the same amount of voters would turn out as from the past election. Record-breaking numbers in the last election. I don't think the same thing is going to happen. Once again, though, I don't know where they're getting these voters from. I've seen all kinds of polls telling you that Poilievre's ahead by a certain percentage. We have this insane poll here, 27%. I don't think so. I don't think so. I don't think the popularity has dropped off that much. Let's be real here. Poilievre just held a rally in the heart of liberal Toronto, and the room was packed. The room was filled. So I don't truly believe that his leadership or his backing and his popularity has dwindled. I don't know. Anyway, let's move on to the next thing here. I'm going to, because this is going to be a long live stream, going to be live until like 4 p.m. probably, a little bit past that even, depending on how long the tabling process for the budget actually takes. I don't think a non-confidence vote is coming today. That might be something tomorrow or Thursday potentially. I don't think that's going to happen today. They have to obviously read it over before they shut it down. But there's also a strong chance that they just shut it down anyway, because the Liberals have already said they want to do an insane amount of spending. We have this tweet, though. I knew it. I called it. The NDP is going to get crushed to the point of obliterating their party from existence. I've been saying this for a very long time as well. Apparently, the NDP wants to abstain, or they're claiming that they might abstain. There is the potential that their party would abstain from voting. If they abstain and the budget passes, this is Jagmeet Singh 2.0. I agree with that. If they want to win more seats, they need to grow a pair. No more political antics. If we go to the Globe politics here, NDP says they might not vote at all. It's an option. I don't know why. Right? I don't know why, but they're going to leech on and do everything in their power to stick around. Not a good idea.
Amendments and recommendations coming out of the standing committees of Parliament.
For Shefford. Well, thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague for his speech. In his speech, he talked about the complexity of cases that we face in our writing offices. For example, in Granby, where we welcome a lot of immigrants, my staff is very hardworking. It comes up a lot. But I really think that we need to reform the Immigration Act because currently it's archaic. Archaic and inhumane, too. So my question, in the amendments we proposed, the idea was to also ensure that Parliament would have accountability every year. So we'd have the statistics, how many people are affected, the costs. Because we just don't have the numbers right now. So we need annual accountability to Parliament.
For Ororo, Bridges, Richmond Hill.
Merci, Madame le Président. Je me remercie.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague for her question. The Liberals are continuing to show a lack of respect towards this Parliament. That's very clear. They rejected all of the committee recommendations. They do not respect the democratic process. And I agree with my colleague's question. Thank you.
And comments, the Honourable Member for Waterloo.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I appreciate the comments that were shared by the member, and this is definitely legislation that within the riding of Waterloo has garnered some fruitful conversation. And there are examples of that constituents have shared with me where they are hardworking, tax-paying Canadians, often speaking both official languages. In one case that is with my office, the parents worked for an international company abroad. They were born abroad, but have been in Canada for decades. She then went to a conference abroad and was not able to travel because she was pregnant, and at risk of causing harm to the unborn child, she ended up having to deliver that baby abroad. prior to returning to Canada, and that child does not have Canadian citizenship. So I would just like to hear the members' comments on that. And the second thing I would just ask is, we do know that we're trying to grow an economy, more international companies hoping, more global citizens. And so is this something that we might need to consider as Canadians might be working and contribute to Canada while perhaps possibly having to be abroad to contribute in meaningful ways as well? Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Aurora, Oak Ridges, Richmond Hill, 20 seconds.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I thank the member opposite for the question. I don't know if the member opposite has had an opportunity to read the amendments, but clearly this issue was addressed at committee. We put forth some very meaningful amendments that would address the case that she mentioned of her constituent in her riding. Unfortunately, she and the rest of her colleagues in the Liberal Party voted those amendments down, Madam Speaker.
Debate, the Honourable Member for Red Deer.
I was thinking the exact same thing, Rubber Duck. The exact same thing. I was just about to say it. If you're pregnant, you probably shouldn't be flying around from country to country. Yes, I 100% agree with that, especially if you are expected to deliver within a few weeks or so. It's absolutely insane.
It should mean pride, belonging, and responsibility. But Bill C-3 risks turning Canadian citizenship into more than a slogan and a checkbox, and in doing so cheapens the value of Canadian citizenship. When we start treating citizenship like a formality instead of the privilege that it is, we weaken the pride and the unity that made our country strong. Madam Speaker, this bill cheapens what it truly means to be Canadian. Canadian citizenship is more than a passport. It is a promise, a bond of loyalty and shared values. It is a commitment to the nation in which one lives. It is saying yes to the social contract that binds us. As citizens, we contribute to the society in which we live. We contribute in exchange for rights and privileges. These rights and privileges that have been fought for, died over, and earned over hundreds of years. Citizenship is about taking an active role in our towns, cities, and neighborhoods, helping one another build community, and taking pride in this incredible country we call home. This bill turns privilege of citizenship into a mere piece of paper. Under Bill C-3, some people living outside of Canada could automatically become Canadian citizens even if they've never set foot here. If they were born or adopted abroad, and even if their parents only spent about 3 years in Canada, just enough to meet the bare minimum requirement of 1,095 days that C-3 sets out. This requirement doesn't even have to be consecutive days spent. The individual does not need to know our culture and may never even visit Canada, yet they will receive the same rights and privileges as someone who was born and raised here, or someone who chose to immigrate to Canada, lawful, and build their life here. There's no application process, no citizenship test, and no background or security check. A person born with few ties to Canada granted full privileges as those contributing. A consequence of this may begin to arise in Canada's healthcare system. Already, as it stands today, over 6.5 million Canadians are without a family doctor. Wait times in hospitals have skyrocketed. There are over 80,000 foreign-trained medical professionals in this country that are not working in healthcare. Canada is paying more into healthcare today than ever before, and outcomes continue to worsen. In 2024, the median wait time for healthcare was 30 weeks, the longest wait times ever recorded in this country. We have also had record population increase over the past 10 years. This is not a coincidence. Adding more people into any system that has not grown to keep up will result in worse outcomes, be it in healthcare, housing, or societal cohesion. Now imagine a Canada where citizens that have never set foot on Canadian soil come into this country and begin receiving health care. They benefit from a system that working Canadians have contributed their hard-earned dollars to. This would only further the strain and the demand we are already seeing in a healthcare system that is barely afloat. Bill C-3 gives out citizenship automatically with no screening. For criminal history, no review for national security, and no check for any real connection to Canada. At a time when many countries are working to keep their citizenship processes strong and secure, this Liberal government is lowering the bar. Under Bill C-3, a person could live here on occasion, spend most of their life abroad, have a child overseas, and that child would still become a Canadian citizen automatically.
Yeah,
without any review and without any ties
and
to this.
the NDP and the Liberals together will pass this act. There is nothing the Conservatives and the Bloc combined can do to shut this down. The only way this doesn't pass is if the budget today does not pass, or whenever they hold the confidence vote, does not pass. And then we head into potentially an election with a different outcome of a different government, or Mark Carney and the Liberals lose more seats. Regardless, though, the NDP and the Liberals are going to band together to pass this. And it's this bill, along with many others that are already in place and are going to be implemented, that will drive Quebec and Alberta out of Canada, or at least to the point where they will want to, as these movements are already growing larger and larger every day. There's no other way to put it. This will literally cheapen citizenship here in Canada. You don't even have to spend consecutive days here. You can just come and go as you please, do whatever you want, and then boom, like that, your child gets citizenship here in Canada. And it's literally, it's not just like a conservative conspiracy theory, okay? This is literally a document on the government website that you can read. It's right there.
This country for consecutive years, just like any naturalized citizen must do. We proposed language and knowledge requirements so that new citizens by descent understood Canada's history, laws, and responsibilities. We required security screening for adults so that anyone gaining citizenship had been vetted and posed no threat.
All right, anyway, we get the point. Let's hop into this real quick. Like I said earlier, I'm going to be, other than when question period hits, I'll be jumping in and out of different things here, because just watching the House alone is, it's a little boring at times.
Ladies and gentlemen, it is budget day. So what I'm going to do is give you a brief rundown of how today's going to go and how this week is going to go. And the important thing is when the vote to actually pass the budget is actually going to happen. Let's start with that. So first thing to know about today is there will not be a vote on the budget today.
That's what I figured.
That's not even going to happen probably this week. So if you were expecting a lot of drama on whether the government...
I was expecting it to at least be Thursday at the latest, but apparently it could be, I don't know. I think Parliament is out of schedule next week. I think they have a week off. Let me pull up that.
Will fall today or not. That's not going to happen this week. Most likely that is going to happen the week after the next constituency week, which is next week. So week of the 17th, that's when we're probably going to see the vote, most likely on the Tuesday, if I had to guess. So there's that. Second thing, here's how today's going to go. So this morning, the government is going to be dropping the budget in what's called lockup. And what lockup is, that is a room where they put the budget down and the media is allowed in to actually view the budget, to kind of prepare for their coverage that's going to be later in the day. And they are not allowed to send any information to any external folks. So they actually have to stay there, with the budget. In the afternoon, this is when the budget is actually going to be formally tabled by the Finance Minister, Francois-Philippe Champagne. Right after he tables it, he's going to be delivering a long speech as to why the budget's so great and why Canadians should cheer. After that, we're going to see a speech probably from Pierre Poilievre in response to that. And then following that speech, the formal tabling is basically done, and now we start to get into structured debate on the budget. That will typically last for 4 or 5 days. Now, they don't debate it continuously throughout Parliament. There'll be specific blocks that they will be carving out to actually give the budget time for debate. And what they will be voting on this week, most likely on Friday, are going to be proposed amendments to the budget. So that those will come from the Conservatives and the Bloc and the other parties. And then once this week ends, now we go to constituency week. So the House rises for next week, and then they come back the following week, and then the real drama begins, because that's where we go into this confidence vote as to whether or not the budget will pass. And since it is a confidence vote, if it does not pass, then that means that the House does not have confidence in the government, and the government will fall, and then most likely go to an election. Most likely this budget is going to pass. We've been saying for a couple months now.
So look, I thought, I'll just be real here. I thought we were going to get a non-confidence vote probably Thursday, but now seeing that next week there will be no Parliament running at all. They'll probably take a week this week and next week to look over it completely. Yeah, and then Monday, Tuesday, they might hit with that non-confidence vote. At the end of the day, the NDP are going to back them. The NDP, I have such a strong feeling the NDP are going to come out and Jagmeet 2.0. And if they don't back it, they will abstain and the budget will pass, because there won't be enough people to shut it down. That's what I personally believe is going to happen. I don't think we're going to be heading into a winter election. If we do, I expect another liberal minority government. That's just my honest opinion. But anyway, I guess let me know what you think. But at this point, I don't have much confidence in an election, and I have a strong feeling the NDP are going to NDP again.
Well, that this is most likely going to pass because the Conservatives don't want an election. The NDP definitely don't want an election. They're in the middle of a leadership race. And the Bloc, they're not interested in an election right now, based on the polls, right? Polls are at around 50-50. And that's not really a confident position you want to be running into an election with. Now, the Liberals, they may want an election, but the issue is you can't play this game of chicken, specifically at this point in time with Canadians, because Canadians are not going to favor the party or parties that trigger an election. Our position has been whoever triggers an election this fall loses. So what we heard yesterday is something that we postulated, that the NDP are open to abstention, meaning they may not vote against the budget, they may not vote for the budget, they may just choose not to vote at all. Or some of them will vote against it just so they can say that they voted against the budget, and then the rest of them will abstain. This will allow the budget to pass because Conservatives and Bloc are expected to vote against it. This allows the Liberal government to wear this mammoth disaster of a budget that we're all expecting. So that's most likely what's going to happen when the vote actually comes. And it's going to be a bit more painful for Canadians for the next 6 months or so, but it's going to be necessary in order for the swing voters to actually realize what this government actually is versus what it was actually promised to do. Now, we've already seen a swing in the polls, or all the way down to this 50-50 position that we're in now versus the 12-point lead that they had over in the summer. Because
I don't know, according to CPAC, Mark Carney has like a 30% lead over Pierre. Once again, I don't know where the hell they got that info from. Just wild. I would like to think, yeah, it's probably closer to that 50-50 neck-and-neck race, which is why I don't have any confidence. If we were to go into an election, I don't think Pierre would win. I just don't. I still believe that a lot of people in this country would back the Liberal government again. I don't know why. Don't ask me why. There's no reasoning to it. Just like there was no reasoning for backing Trudeau over and over again, but for some reason people did it. I don't understand it. It's a cult-like behavior, a cult-like party. Let's just hope we don't head to an election. I don't know at this point. It's going to be a weird one, guys. It's really going to be a weird one the next couple weeks because it really lies on the NDP. It really does. I don't know.
Carney hasn't done anything. And the other day, as we showed, even CBC and Rosemary Barton had to admit that Carney has just made everything worse for Canadians, and Canadians are starting to see that. So we're going to be bringing on a couple of guests that will be dropping in some episodes over.
All right, well, that's going to do it for that video. Let's throw on a CTV front bench here discussing pretty much the same thing. We would need a conservative majority government for anything to be accomplished. And like I said, I just don't see that happening. Most likely another liberal minority government, if we do.
A Christmas vote. What are the possibilities, or what is the chances of that actually being the case? Here to discuss exactly that is our front bench tonight. Louis Hammond was a senior advisor to Industry Minister François-Philippe Champagne. Dimitri Soudis is former communications director to former Prime Minister Stephen Harper. He's now a strategic advisor at TACT. Kathleen Monk is former director of communications to the late Jack Layton. She's now the principal owner of... Hi, Kathleen. I'll start with you because so much focus right now is on the NDP and what their move is going to be. How likely at this moment in time, 18 hours before the budget, do you think it is that it forces an election?
Well, I've lived in Ottawa for a number of years, and there's no real such thing as a snap election. We always kind of know there's an electricity in the air that actually kind of speaks to, when parties are going to topple the government. That happened certainly in 2011, I know, when Jack Layton, despite being tried to entice by the finance minister of Harper at the time was Ted Menzies, who literally came into the budget lockup, I remind you, with a list of goodies for New Democrats, and Jack still said, no, we're voting against it. There's normally an electricity where people actually kind of, that we're going into election. I don't feel that now. And it's not just because you've heard Don Davies and others muse about wanting to reflect carefully on the budget, but I actually don't think that Canadians want an election. I think, we're 6 months out since the last election. It would be historic if we were to face another election again in such short period of time. And I think, frankly, Canadians want to give Carney a chance. What his budget will say will determine how the parties will vote. And that's still going to take another couple of weeks. We won't be into the...
I don't want to give Carney a chance, but I also don't trust going into another election. It's really a double-edged sword, and we don't win either way, I feel like. That's kind of just where we're at right now. If a conservative minority government were to win, we would be stuck with conservative motion after conservative motion being shut down unless they were able to get the backing of the Bloc and the NDP, which in a conservative minority government, the Bloc isn't interested in pipelines and the NDP isn't interested in anything the Conservatives really have to bring forward. So it's really a tough one if we were to get a conservative minority government. Would it be better than Carney? Yeah, definitely. But I don't think anything would actually get accomplished is what I'm kind of getting at here. So as much as a conservative government would be better than a Carney government, a Pierre government would be better, period. It just would. I just don't think anything would get accomplished. Pierre would have to work so hard to get the support of the Bloc and the NDP on everything. And the NDP just go liberal, Liberal every time. And they're going further and further left with every passing month. There used to be a point in time where the NDP were like a solid, maybe center-left party, and now they are full-blown left activist. Crazy.
Real main vote on the budget till well after November 17th. So kind of wait and see.
Dimitri, I think Kathleen's right, and Nick Nanos' numbers back it up. The Canadians don't have an appetite for an election right now, but politicians don't always decide to do things from a political perspective, that reflect necessarily where Canadians are at. So as you look at the different factors that might inform whether or not we head to an election based on this budget, where are you leaning?
So a couple of points on that. Number one, Canadians never want an election, and that's what polling demonstrates. But as soon as an election starts, it never translates, or almost never translates, into the ballot question. Kathleen is also right to say that you usually feel the electricity in the air in Ottawa when an election is looming, except in 1979. Mistakes do happen. And if the NDP or possibly the Conservatives want to have a few of their MPs abstain, all it takes is 3 MPs to vote the wrong way or to abstain the wrong way, and we may find ourselves in an election. The other surprise element is tomorrow's budget. Will there be anything in that budget? Will you have unions on one side or the Conservative base on the other side? So high spending, higher deficits than ever before, or drastic cuts to the public service on the other side that will make the reaction so toxic that both the NDP and the Conservatives will have no choice but to vote against it. So one thing about politics is a week is an eternity. So let's wait to see that budget, because the reaction might be very different 24 hours from now.
Louis, if you were to, I think if we were to observe the government 2 weeks ago, they certainly weren't conveying the idea that they were highly interested in the ideas of opposition parties. They definitely met with the leaders, but they weren't saying, oh, you know what, our budget is going to reflect the priorities that opposition brings to the table. They seemed like they were tabling a budget from a majority government. I would say over the past few days, though, that messaging has evolved a little bit, and I know behind the scenes it definitely has. How likely do you think it is that they are doing some politics behind the scenes and making sure, for example, that there's not so much austerity in there that it's an immediate no, pardon me, from the NDP?
Well, I don't think there's going to be any material changes to what they had in mind about a week or 2 weeks ago, quite frankly. And as I said on the show before, maybe it was 10 days ago, Vashi, there won't be an election over this budget. I mean, you saw Don Davies over the last 24, 48 hours talk about, the fact that abstentions would be okay. Again, I really don't believe an election is going to be had over this budget. And quite frankly, if there were to be an election, I think the Liberals would welcome it. I mean, they're 3 seats away from a majority, and I can tell you something that a minority government dreams about every single night is about being a majority government, even though this government, quite frankly, has been acting like a majority government ever since it's been elected back in the spring. So again, I don't believe there'll be an election over this unless, as Dimitri said, something terribly goes wrong and goes off left field, if you will, where an election would actually happen by mistake, as it were. But again, don't bank on this.
Yeah, stranger things have happened, definitely. And you do get the sense that the Liberals are, Laura, probably the least adverse to the idea of heading to the polls sooner rather than later.
Well, they're the ones that keep bringing it up.
Yeah, they do keep bringing it up. That's right.
Yeah, I mean, the Liberals have talked about this for quite some time now, right? Or already kind of pinning an election on the opposition. And it seems like they're protesting a little too much for a party that doesn't want an election. I do think, quite rightly, that the polls and others are showing this is not really...
It's the only thing they can talk about in question period is an election. It's like they don't want to go, but fuck, if they didn't want to, then yeah. Maybe stop speaking about it so much. Maybe stop bringing it up every waking minute. Because it honestly sounds like you do want to go to one. Sounds like you're excited for it. An election. It's like, just hold your horses. I'm sure the NDP will come through. We all know what the NDP is like based on the past 10 years. We don't need an explanation here. My goodness.
really the time that the public isn't dying to go back to the polls, and especially in Ontario, where we had both a provincial and a federal campaign this year. I mean, people are pretty tired of it, I think. But if the Liberals accidentally fell into an election campaign, as Louis says, they may welcome it, right? Because, despite the uncertainty that's still happening with the trade talks, the fact that the U.S. talks are now off, all of these moving pieces, Prime Minister Carney, I think, does kind of have the confidence of the public in being the quote unquote right person for the job right now. That in 6 months might not be the case, right? I mean, I think and we're seeing from the provincial level, certainly among some premiers, the patience is wearing thin. So this could be an opportunity for the government. I think it's a unique time in the fact that the NDP has talked about abstaining from the vote. The NDP isn't really a cohesive caucus in the way that we've previously seen. So stranger things have happened, but it doesn't feel like right now the country's headed toward the polls. But we'll see what happens when the budget comes out and when the vote actually occurs.
I have a few minutes left, and I wanted to do one more round on the content, on what your expectations are about the content of this budget. And in particular, Kathleen, if you could identify, when you open that book, what's the first thing tomorrow that you're looking for?
Yeah, so the government has said their tagline is, build, protect, empower, and intergenerational investment. So I want to see actually what are the investments that will target that younger generation? Like, what are they doing for that? What kind of jobs are they creating? If they're going to be cutting back on some jobs in the public service, what other kind of investments to have job creation? What is the, number of jobs they'll create outside of that? We're hearing in the tens of thousands, if not hundreds of thousands of new jobs. How will they actually be created, and what will they do, and in what sectors? So that's what I'm looking for. I appreciated what Amanda Lang said earlier on your show. I'd actually also like a surprise, something in the budget that we can that is new, that we haven't heard before, that we can actually see the vision of what Carney's government is and what this build, protect, empower message really translates in terms of dollars and cents.
Dimitri, what's the...
Oh man, I don't know about that one. I think he's going to give his Brookfield buddies a lot of money. There's going to be a lot going on with those Brookfield companies and little infrastructure here and there, you know what I mean? Like, it's just 103 conflicts of interest, and you're going to sit here and tell me that he's not, cooking the books a bit, or somebody. Maybe not him directly, but come on. I mean, come on. They are struggling to manage his conflicts. Committee after committee being hammered for it. A budget that big. That many conflicts. My goodness, come on. Come on, guys. I'm trying to remain somewhat TOS within the guidelines here. I'm not just trying to get myself kicked off, but you get what I'm saying. You get what I'm saying. If you know, you know. Go watch Moose on the Loose for one of his videos where he dives in to this giant web he's created. And next thing you know, everything will make sense. Everything will tie together and make sense.
He made this inquiry, and he finds out that there's 1,000 people that are not Canadians in our jails. And he says, now, we're under this legislation, somehow their grandchildren are going to be able to, or they will be disabled, not able to come unless this legislation passes. If you are a permanent resident and you go to jail for 2 or more years, you cannot become a Canadian citizen. In order for the whole process to kick in, you have to be rooted to a Canadian citizen. Would the member at the very least acknowledge that the information that he has provided is actually wrong? And at the end of the day, you got to be careful, because the way in which you express it, many would say it comes across as being anti-immigrant.
The honourable member for Elgin St. Thomas, London South.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. The member for Winnipeg North is an experienced member. He knows better than to speak directly to my honourable colleague rather than through you, Madam Chair, because he was accusing you of doing something which I'm sure you will be the first to admit you were not actually doing.
The honourable member was...
Oh, that was cheeky.
Speaking to me, but I take the honourable member's point. The honourable member for Ponoka Disbury.
He even sat down with a big smile. He knew what he was doing.
I use that term sparingly, from Winnipeg North missed the point. If someone has their child here who is not a citizen, that person commits a crime and goes to jail, goes to a federal prison, for which I've just explained that the average sentence length is 1,787 days, then leaves prison, goes back to another country from which they were originally from, or their parents might have been originally from, because millions upon millions of Canadians have moved here from elsewhere, my wife included, not anti-immigrant at all. Thanks for the accusation, though. But notwithstanding that, Madam Speaker, these people, if their parents are Canadian citizens or have those rights, then that means the grandchildren of those parents, through this person who's been incarcerated in Canada, meets that threshold and will now be entitled to Canadian citizenship. I think that's ridiculous.
Questions et commentaires, questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Peace River Westlock.
Well, I want to thank my honourable colleague for his great speech on this topic. I was just wondering if he's got any other examples. The last one was great. I was just wondering if he's got any other examples of how this piece of legislation, or how the Liberals have cheapened Canadian citizenship over the last 10 years.
The Honourable Member for Ponoka Disbury.
So I want to thank my friend from Alberta for bringing this up. Look, I've been here a long time, Madam Speaker. I was here in 2006 when the Lebanon crisis broke out. We found that there was not only a few hundred, not only a few thousand, but some 60,000 Canadians living abroad in just that particular case, which I think inspired some of the conversations about whether or not we have citizens of convenience that are here. I mentioned in my speech that our passport has visa-free access in over 184 countries around the world. There are a lot of people who want to have access to Canadian privileges, who want to have access to the Canadian passport, who want to have access to Canadian programs and services, but might not be contributing much when it comes to the prosperity of our nation, for example. And I think a 1,095-day tour of Canada is not substantial enough in any way, shape, or form. And it makes me wonder, Madam Speaker, if perhaps this is being done to advance the interests of not only of maybe just one particular party in this House, instead of advancing the interests of our country writ large.
Questions et commentaires. Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Waterloo.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, this is a debate that constituents within the riding of Waterloo have been actively participating in. And there's definitely a range of views and perspectives. I hear the members' comments in regards to having a commitment to advancing the prosperity of the country, being a great Canadian. In the riding of Waterloo, I have a couple circumstances or situations. One includes a Canadian whose parents were working abroad. This individual has lived her entire life in Canada, speaks both official languages, is a contributing, hardworking, tax-paying citizen, went abroad, so was born abroad. She went abroad to a conference and was not able to come home because it was suggested, because she was pregnant, that she not travel. So she ended up having her baby abroad, and that child is not entitled to Canadian citizenship. So in circumstances such as this, where the family is very committed to Canada, speak both official languages, does a member agree that that child should have Canadian citizenship?
Honourable Member for Ponoka Disbury.
I'm not familiar with the case that my friend from Waterloo has brought up, but I'll simply suggest this. I've been an MP for 20 years. I've had numerous cases of people who have been in this country paying taxes for years and years and years, and their children being born actually even in this country, and they speak the language, being sent back to the country of origin of their parents. But that is a first-generation decision, and Conservatives always stood up for that first-generation commitment. It's the third-generation one, or that is the most problematic. Second-generation, you're right, sorry. Yeah.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Markham Unionville.
Madam Speaker, I will be splitting my time with the member from Niagara South. Madam Speaker, the Liberals drafted flawed legislation in Bill C-3. It was too loose in the requirements that would confer Canadian citizenship. The Conservatives and the Bloc therefore worked together to tighten up C-3. Our amendments were guardrails that prevented second-order abuses. These amendments were voted on and approved at the Standing Committee on Citizenship and Immigration. However, the NDP and the Liberals united yesterday to undo the positive changes that we so carefully crafted at committee and harmonize the pathways to citizenship across descent and naturalization. As such, Conservatives would not be able to support this legislation. Madam Speaker, today I stand baffled at the complete disregard for the committee process that was shown yesterday. As such, I want to hold my Liberal colleagues accountable to the promises that they made on June 19th about sending C3 to committee and receiving its amendments. The Minister of
Going to committee over this, that would be an interesting one, especially depending on who they bring in to testify. Let's switch.
Premier Wab Canoe was.
Let's switch gears. Once again, the video just starting, and I didn't even click anything. Wab Canoe. Look, I don't really like this guy, but I 100% agree with what he has to say here. So we're going to listen to it.
Manitoba Premier Wab Canoe is joining other premiers in denouncing a Supreme Court of Canada ruling on child pornography, and he's pulling no punches.
Child sexual abuse images and video, this is like one of the worst things that anyone can do. Not only should go to prison for a long time, they should bury you under the prison. You shouldn't get protective custody. They should put you into general population, if you know what I mean.
The High Court last week ruled 1 year.
So, yeah, actually, God, there's some things I would say, but I would like to also remain here on YouTube. So, yeah, I agree with what he has to say. Under the prison you go. See you later. Never to be seen in the light of day again. Goodness gracious. It is unbelievable, the rulings that are happening in this country with some of the cases relating to that specifically. And our Supreme Court of Santa Claus here, just, I don't even know what their jobs are other than clearly looking like a bunch of idiots at a table. Anyway, switching gears to something else. Yukon, the territory, held a territorial election last night. And the Conservatives, or I guess what is considered the Yukon Party, won a majority government, with the Liberals only gaining a single seat. One seat, ladies and gentlemen, right there. So, I don't know. From what I'm reading, there's only one Liberal premier left. They're either NDP or they're Conservative. There seems to be a massive overall change in how the country is voting, the outlook. Even in the last federal election, a lot of red Liberal ridings turned Conservative in the Greater Toronto area, which is considered a very Liberal area. So even though Carney won the election, there does seem to be an overall shift in the way people are voting, at least provincially. Yeah, one seat. One seat. Like, some candidates not even breaking over 100 votes, as you can see in the bottom corner right there, 75 votes. Nobody wants the Liberals in power anymore. They just don't. I wish people would have been on this train in the last federal election. That would have been fantastic, guys. But slowly but surely, maybe people are waking up. Maybe. I don't have too much hope because, once again, it still is Canada. For some reason, the only thing people can focus on right now is what's happening southern to our border. Oh, Donald Trump's deporting a bunch of illegal immigrants. Let's bitch and cry about that, but let's not focus on the fact that the Liberal government is doing the exact same thing. Oh, we don't care when the Liberals do it. We only care when Orange Man Bad does it. It really is a double standard. People don't focus on what's happening here. They focus on what's happening in the US. We need to have more of what's going on here happening here. Okay? People need to focus on here, Not Trump, not the United States. Focus on our government. Focus on our policies. My God. They just passed and are going to potentially pass C3, which just allows everybody in, essentially. Not actually, but you get what I'm saying here. Like, people care way too much about things we can't control in the United States, and to some degree you could even argue that we can't control anything here, which is probably true to some degree. But at least pay attention to what's going on here. It's that simple. People here in Canada want to protest no kings, and these are the exact same people that were probably lined up and cheering for King Charles when he came over to Ottawa. It's just, this country is so out of fucking touch, it's insane. It's truly insane.
Immigration, refugee, and citizenship of exemptions made for those in their ranks with criminal records. This is only a high bar for Liberals who do not want a living record of all Canadians of convenience they granted citizenship to. Madam Speaker, if Canada as a whole was a municipal community, the Conservative and Bloc members would be councillors who merely wish to put speed bumps on our residential roads. All our amendments were functionally speed bumps that made it harder to drive 80 kilometers per hour in a residential zone. Lost Canadians already know how to drive in Canadian residential zones. They would simply endure a few speed bumps and be on their merry way to regaining their driver's license, which is a good metaphor for Canadian citizenship here. Canadians of convenience want to drive at highway speed in our residential zones and then head immediately back to where they came from with our official driver license in hand. The speed bumps don't bother someone who intends to live as a resident here in our Canadian community. They are only a bother for tourists who want to zip in and zip out of Canada, acquiring our status symbols without contributing to the society that gave those symbols status. Madam Speaker, Conservatives will not support this current Bill C3, which the old NDP Liberal coalition stripped off of the amendments so carefully crafted in committee. We Conservatives stand with all proud Canadians and lost Canadians against this mutilated Bill C3 that the NDP Liberal coalition cut up to serve Canadians of convenience. Madam Speaker, when the next geopolitical flashpoint emerges, how much will this NDP Liberal coalition take from the pockets of hardworking Canadians taxpayers to fund a vacation bailout for Canadians of convenience? Thank you.
All right. We have probably one of the last things I'm going to cover before we get into question period. It looks like the Conservative Party just released probably one of the greatest videos of all time. So we're gonna do this. See if that view kind of works. Not really. We'll do this one. Hold on. We'll just go straight for the full capture.
Ever happened to predictability? The milkman, the paper boy, evening TV. Everywhere you look, there's a heart, a hand to hold on to.
Why is the only Liberal plan to spend?
Mr. Speaker, the Liberal plan is to invest.
It is time to invest in the future of our country. It has never been more appropriate to invest in the future of our country.
That's why our economic plan, it is really at its heart about investing in Canadians.
That's what we're proposing to Canadian, generational investment in our future, Madam Speaker.
We're not spending that amount of money, we're investing that amount of money.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, they did it. The Conservative Party just dropped probably one of the greatest videos of all time. And yes, that is the official Conservative Party. It's true, though. Literally the same excuse over and over again. The exact same slogan over and over again. We are going to invest. We are going to invest. The Liberal Party constantly blames the Conservative Party for using slogans, but my God, the Liberal Party, all they do is use slogans. And then they don't do anything after, or they spend money. That's all they do. That's all they actually do is spend money. Let's act like they don't do anything, which is true. The only thing they actually do is spend money. Where does the money go? Brazil. That's where all of our money should go, obviously. Brazil is the place to spend money. Or invest money. Guys, we're investing now. That's what we're doing. Liberal investing at its finest. All right. All right. Question period is roughly 20 minutes out. And the budget is roughly 2 hours out. We still have a lot of time ahead of us. So let's get right back into the House of Commons proceedings. I'm going to look for some more clips here and there, but that will probably do it for that portion of the stream.
So that it creates another class of Canadian citizens who know nothing about Canada and who do not necessarily value the presence of Canadian citizenship. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Elgin, St. Thomas, London South.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I'm very grateful to my colleague, the member for Markham Unionville, for his speech. I think he is the embodiment of what the Conservatives have been trying to say here, which is that to be a Canadian citizen requires, and should require anyway, a commitment to Canada and an investment to Canada. And I wanted to ask my colleague if he, as someone who was not born in Canada, has the ability to speak to the value of Canadian citizenship and what that should mean for people.
For Markham Unionville.
Madam Speaker, I'd like to thank my colleague for that question. And truly, we're talking about the values of being a Canadian citizen. My grandfather came when he was 15-year-old, but because of the law of the day, my grandmother could not come, and therefore my mother was born in China, and subsequently I was born in Hong Kong. So therefore, by definition, I am a lost Canadian. However, we went through the proper channel of immigration, going through the residence requirements, and gone through all the various citizenship tests. So that proves to me it's valuable to go through that process so that we can integrate into the Canadian society and be positive role model for the country. Thank you.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Niagara South.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. It is fortuitous or even perhaps unfortunate that I may be the last speaker on the Conservative side of the House to speak on this legislation that's before the House, and I'm sure the Parliamentary Secretary, the Government House Leader, will actually have another question for me, because he always does, and I appreciate his interjections. But I have to say, look, I'm a new Member of Parliament here. I came from the business community. I'm probably, I think, maybe the oldest rookie in the House of Commons. But I am perplexed at the process that this legislation came through. I spoke at second reading, and the Parliamentary Secretary asked me a pointed question after my speech. Why are you holding it up on second reading? Why don't you let us take it to committee where you can make concrete and substantial amendments to the bill? That's where we make the bill a better bill. We'll take it to committee. Why are you filibustering on the floor of the House of Commons? I wish at this point we were still at second reading, because, well, the committee members, including the member for Markham Unionville, we spent hours and hours and hours talking about substantial and reasonable amendments to this legislation. And with the support of our colleagues from the Bloc Québécois, we were successful in making this bill a much better piece of legislation. The original legislation was fundamentally bad, and now that the amendments that the Conservatives and the Bloc have managed to come through committee have been reversed, as my colleague said, what a waste of time. We have wasted weeks and weeks and weeks on this legislation, only to come back to where we started today. And I'm very disappointed. The government said to us at the beginning of this session, collaborate with us, cooperate with us, give us some things we can work with, help us build better legislation. We did that, and we see today at third reading it was all for naught. Look, there are fundamental things, and I want to talk a bit about a story. Look, three of my grandparents were born in the UK. And so my father, and I think a couple of my uncles were actually born in the UK too. So my father was entitled to citizenship. And he was the last generation who would have automatically been entitled to citizenship at the UK. We share a sovereign. We are a parliamentary democracy in the British tradition. My roots go back to England and Wales, yet I am not entitled to British citizenship. Even in addition to that, I did my grad work in the UK, in England, studied there. That did not give me entitlement to UK citizenship. Under this legislation, those two factors would provide me with citizenship if I were under the current legislation of being outside of Canada, studying for 3 years or 4 years, or spending 1,095 days in the country. So countries across the world are limiting these opportunities. This legislation is nothing more than chain migration. It's that post-nationalist mentality where there's no more value. It doesn't seem that the government puts a high regard of value in citizenship now. If multiple generations, and I'm not talking, most of the Liberals who have been given the examples here have been talking about first and second generations. This legislation provides in perpetuity access to Canadian citizenship. If you don't have to speak the language, you don't have to go through a security check, you don't have to have a substantial knowledge of Canada, you don't go through the normal citizenship process that people who want to come here through normal citizenship applications. I don't think it's unreasonable in what the amendments that we made in this legislation to suggest that to peg a value to citizenship should be based on having a substantial connection to Canada, not just 1,095 days over a 5-year period because you went to school here to get a degree or you spent the summers at somebody's cottage. That is exactly what gives you the access to Canadian citizenship in this bill, and that to me is wrong. It's also not unreasonable to suggest that people who want to get citizenship that are multiple generations down the line should go through a security and background check. We want people with good records, not criminal records, to be part of our country. We also believe it's not unreasonable for these people to speak one of our 2 official languages, and that in this legislation is also not the case.
If you can't speak English, my goodness, and they're just going to grant you full citizenship. You can't read the road signs, you can't read literally anything for that matter. You go to the doctors, you don't even know what the doctor's telling you because you don't know English. And this is what they want to pass, and this is what they probably will end up passing because, like I said before, the NDP and the Liberals, they're going to buddy up. The NDP is the exact reason we are back discussing step 1 of this bill. That's what that vote was yesterday. It all ties together. It all leads back to square one, sadly, with the NDP. Involved in literally anything, we always end up back to where we were, or worse.
And with this legislation, C3, the generational impact of access to citizenship undermines the value of that citizenship and straddles those generations with the debt that we are imposing on them today. And that's unfair. Madam Speaker, we on this side of the House believe that the value of Canadian citizenship should mean something more than just having a loose connection to this country. It undermines the fabric and the history of our country. When we see that flag beside the Speaker, we need to understand the roots of that flag, what it means to be a Canadian, what it means to understand the history of our country. Having an education, a knowledge, the language, and the security of that flag as a meaningful representation of citizenship. And I'm disappointed that we now have this legislation reverting back to the very bad piece of legislation simply because the government feels it's pressed into doing something by the end of November. The government had the option to appeal the decision of the Superior Court. It didn't. There were several layers of judicial applications that could have been proceeded with that would have given the government more time. And this early in this session of Parliament, we had this opportunity to get it right. But because of this arbitrary deadline that the government believes is there were options to have that extended again. So in conclusion, Madam Speaker, I'm saddened to say, as a new member of Parliament, having gone through this whole process, understanding the new legislative process, and believing that the parliamentary secretary, the government house leader, was being sincere when he said to me, let's go to committee where you can make amendments. You can make solid amendments to benefit this bill and make it better. We did that, sir. And we're back to where we are now, Madam Speaker, where that process seems to me to have been a waste of time. And for that,
Yeah, it clearly was a waste of time because, like he's said before, we're back at square one. What is up, everybody? What is up? Before we head into question period, which is very, very close, we are roughly 8 minutes out. The mayoral election in New York City is happening tonight. Will a communist, a literal full-blown communist that wants government grocery stores win? Will the Democrat Cuomo win, who Trump has officially endorsed because he would rather have a Democrat mayor in New York City than a full-blown communist? And I think at that point I agree. As probably bad as Cuomo is, it's like the enemy of your enemy is your friend sort of situation for Trump. And then we have Curtis Sliwa, something like that, who is just so far off from winning. But those are the three options. So after the budget is tabled and they do their little speeches, I'm going to end the stream, probably give it about 30, 40 minutes. And then around 6 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, I will be live again covering the election for New York. Because honestly, depending on how this goes, it's gonna dictate quite a bit for New York as a city. And if a literal communist gets in, Zoran Mamdani, if he wins, things are going to be really bad, and it's going to get bad really quickly. So like I said, roughly 6 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, maybe a little bit after, I'm not sure. We'll be live covering the mayoral election in New York. But let's head back to Canada. Let's head back to the House of Commons.
Speaker, and for that reason, we will vote against this legislation.
The Honourable Member for Lac-Saint-Jean. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I appreciated my colleague's speech. And I worked with that colleague at committee. We worked responsibly and rigorously together. It was even quite collegial, Madam Speaker, in order to amend the bill that was brought before us at committee. The party in power keeps telling us
I'll be right back and go grab some water.
Work is so important. It tells us that we have to work together in order to carry out studies or pass bills. And that's exactly what we did at the Immigration Committee. We brought in amendments. A majority of committee members voted in favor. And yet today, we see that the Liberals are not respecting our committee work. So I'd like to know what my colleague thinks of what that says about the Liberals' vision of democratic institutions and the parliamentary tools that we have to do our work.
Member for Niagara South.
Thank Madam Speaker, and I really want to extend appreciation to the question from my colleague from Lac Saint Jean. We worked well together in the committee, and I always appreciated that we had an opportunity to talk substantially about the amendments that we wanted to bring forward to this to make this piece of legislation better. I said earlier in my speech that that my education as a new MP was unfortunate because I thought that when the government, the parliamentary secretary, the government house leader said, bring amendments to committee, that's when we'll make it better. Well, we did that, we made amendments, we made the legislation better, perhaps would have had an opportunity to make this the law of the land, but all that time was wasted, and now we're back to where we started, and we will not vote in favor of this legislation as a result.
The honourable member for Carrigo Prince George.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Thank you for our honourable colleague for his intervention on C-14. Madam Speaker, through you to our honourable colleague, we have a bill before us, C-14, that takes into account a number of policies in terms of bail reform. Included in C-14 is S-233, or my private member's bill C-321, that made it an aggravating factor at sentencing that the victim of violence was a firefighter, a healthcare worker, or a first responder. Wouldn't it, through you, Madam Speaker, to our honourable colleague, wouldn't it send a message to the firefighters who are on the Hill, the nurses who are watching, the first responders who put their uniforms on every day to serve our country and community, to pass unanimously at all levels S-233 today?
Honourable member for Niagara South. Brief.
Yes. Yes, Madam Speaker, the answer is yes. It makes sense. My son is a firefighter, and I am grateful for his contribution to our community every day. So once again, my time is limited, so let's get that piece of legislation through the House.
Reprise du débat, l'honorable député de l'Axe. Je vais interrompre.
One moment, there's a point of order.
Member for Caribou Prince George on a point of order.
Point of order, Madam Speaker. I know all members appreciate the sacrifice firefighters, first responders, and nurses have.
Sorry, there's not even a request for unanimous consent.
Firefighters, really?
I love firefighters. L'honorable député de Lac Saint Jean.
The honourable member for Lac Saint Jean. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I will be sharing my time. Madam Speaker, it's very hard to believe that I'm standing here right before question period on the day of the budget to once again speak about Bill C-3 because, Madam Speaker, let's remember that we also spoke about S-245 in a former parliament, as well as C-71 in a former parliament. I've made dozens of speeches, it seems, on this same issue. The issue that we're facing here with C-3, and as my Conservative colleague just said, we had got the job done at committee. We addressed this in a responsible and rigorous manner. We did our homework. We listened to experts. We even heard from the parliamentary budget officer. A point of order.
Member for Caribou Prince George.
Mr. Speaker, there have been discussions behind the scenes. I believe it. If you seek it, you will find unanimous consent.
Apparently not. No. Okay. Alors, l'honorable député de
The honourable member for Lac Saint Jean. Shall I continue? Mr. Speaker, well, I have 1 minute left. I guess I'll continue with my speech after a question period. Well, I don't even need notes anymore, Mr. Speaker, when I rise to speak to this bill. Because, as I was saying, we did our homework. We worked hard at committee, like serious parliamentarians. A majority of members of the committee adopted amendments that would have meant that the bill was improved from when it was originally introduced at committee.
¿Cómo estás? I don't know what's going on with Parliament today. We seem to be lagging every once in a while.
Is acting like it thinks it's in the majority. They keep telling us that they got a strong mandate from Canadians, but actually no, they got a minority mandate. Do they not realize this? I mean, today's the budget. I hope that they realize that they're in a minority position. But anyway, I'll finish up later.
You have not missed much of anything other than a couple windy rants and covering the odd thing here and there. I'll say it again very quickly. I will be live after the budget is tabled and both sides have given their statement. I will be live again for the mayoral election in New York. Going to see if a communist gets in as mayor. Hopefully not. Hopefully not. But you never know. It is New York.
This Christmas, the Lions lead their Hallmark initiative. The Christmas Box program, led by Lion Peter Bortine, with support from daycares, schools, senior clubs, Girl Guides, and countless community donors, over 130 families receive boxes filled with all the fixings for a turkey dinner, including gifts for the children. Under the leadership of President Ari Hogenberg, Secretary Alan Campbell, Treasurer Brian Dingwall, and with special recognition to Elwood Ching for over 50 years of service, their motto, "We Serve," is a way of life for this club. To every member, past and present, thank you for 70 years of community service.
The Honourable Member for Peace River, Westlock.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I'm honored to invite all members to a luncheon tomorrow at noon at 853 131 Queen Street to mark the 11 years since the royal assent of PSEPA, the Protection of Community and Exploited Persons Act. This lunch will be hosted by Andrea and Kathy, longtime anti-exploitation advocates. Through PSEPA, Canada's Parliament recognized that prostitution is a form of sexual exploitation and affirmed that no one ever needs to be bought or sold or exploited for sex here in Canada. Andrea and Kathy are here to provide copies of their book, When Men Buy Sex, Who Really Pays, to every single parliamentarian. This book elevates the voices of survivors. Andrea and every single parliamentarian. This book elevates the voices of survivors. Andrea and Kathy are also joined this week by the National Council of Women in Canada, Cease Trafficking Canada, Persons Against Non-State Torture, Bridge North, Empower Men, and Men Ending Trafficking. Together, all of these groups are saying that we should not turn away from exploitation. They will not remain silent, and neither will we. Mr. Speaker, I want to thank Andrea and Kathy for their relentless work to end sexual.
Honourable Member for Humber River, Black Creek.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to denounce the heartbreaking case of Mizara Shabazz Tahiri, a 67-year-old Iranian electrical engineer and human rights advocate who has been sentenced to death by the Iranian regime. Her so-called trial lasted 10 minutes and was conducted via video conference. She was prohibited from retaining a lawyer and sentenced to death based on ridiculous evidence, a piece of cloth bearing the words "Woman, Resistance, Freedom," and an unpublished voice message. This is not justice. It is a cruel and calculated act of repression by a regime that continues to persecute its own people, especially women, for daring to speak out. Hers is just one of a multitude of similar cases this year alone in Iran. We stand in solidarity with all of the Iranian community who continue to suffer under the brutality of this mullah regime and call for freedom and democracy. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
All right, guys, on that note, let's take a look at this right here while we wait. Actually, let me mute that completely. Here we go.
Come on, little more right. Okay, drop it.
Oh, it's got it.
Yeah! Yes, it's ours. Wahoo! We did it. First load coming right up, boys. Let's roll. Oh. Come on, little more right. Okay, drop it.
Bro, AI is out of control. They're making their own South Park episodes now, and it's just so close to the reality, isn't it?
Come on, little more right. Okay, drop it.
Oh, it's got it.
Yeah! Yes, it's ours. Wahoo! We did it. First load coming right up, boys. Let's roll. Oh.
My God. All right, let's get back to it.
To safeguard charter rights of perverts and pedophiles and those of precious children. A Conservative government will use the notwithstanding clause to overturn the Supreme Court's ruling. We will fight for the strongest laws against child exploitation. Speaker, our children deserve nothing less.
The Honourable Member for Poilievre. Mr. Speaker, today I would like to draw your attention to a beacon of science located in the heart of my riding of Poilievre, the VITAM Research Centre, a centre dedicated to sustainable health. VTAM is inspired by a simple but powerful vision: a healthy mind in a healthy body, living in a healthy environment on a healthy planet. At the head of this institution is an exceptional man, Professor and researcher Jean-Pierre Després. Through his work, VITAM is moving forward into new areas, integrating human, social, and environmental dimensions. The VITAM Center perfectly illustrates the best that Poilievre has to offer: a community of excellence, innovation, and compassion, where science is put to work for the benefit of people. I sincerely thank the researchers and the entire VITAM team for their exemplary dedication and contribution to the health of our population and the advancement of scientific knowledge in Quebec and in Canada.
The honourable member for Simcoe North.
Andrew Moore was a warrior for more competition in the financial services sector and the most respected and passionate advocate for open banking. Under his leadership, Equitable Bank grew from $3 billion in assets to over $125 billion. It was deemed Canada's challenger bank. Andrew and EQ Bank challenged more than their competitors. They challenged the system, they challenged bureaucracy, and they challenged the rules. His persistence on open banking always focused on the benefits to consumers: increasing access, enhanced service, and of course, lower costs. A few months ago, Andrew unexpectedly passed away. It is regrettable that the system here moved too slow for him to see it to fruition. But the road to open banking has been paved with the stones that Andrew has laid. While the business community grieves a remarkable leader, we cannot help but think of the family who Andrew cared for deeply and treasured enormously. You will be missed, Andrew, but your legacy will endure.
The honourable member for Hamilton West, Ancaster Dundas.
I've lived in Hamilton my whole life. I'm incredibly proud of our city's heritage as Canada's industrial centre and the heart of steelmaking. That spirit of hard work and resilience defines Hamilton. Illegal and unnecessary U.S. tariffs on steel threaten our industry and the livelihoods of hardworking Hamilton families. How we respond isn't about politics. It's about people, it's about workers, it's about the future of Hamilton and all Canadian industry. We need every political party, all levels of government, working together, united, to defend Canadian workers and build new opportunities. That's why our government is forging new markets for Canadian steel and investing in good jobs right here at home, ensuring Hamilton remains at the heart of Canada's industrial future. We can't control an unpredictable U.S. government, but we can control how we respond, as we always have, with unity, determination, and pride. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Except there's been no unity at all. As a matter of fact, our government just continues to make things worse.
No longer afford life in our own country. Under this Prime Minister, we are seeing empty bank accounts, empty fridges and stomachs. Food bank use in Toronto doubled since 2023, and the situation is just as dire in BC. Instead of the fastest growing economy in the G7, we have the slowest. The Liberals have given us skyrocketing deficits and debt, factory shutdowns and vanishing jobs. Canadians are working harder but getting poorer. Every dollar that this government spends raises taxes, inflation, and the cost of living. Conservatives demand a budget that makes life affordable again, one that eliminates hidden taxes on food, work, home building, investments, and gets our deficit under control. Enough with the empty words, enough with the broken promises. It's time to strengthen Canada. It's time to make life affordable for all.
The honourable member for Drummond. Mr. Speaker, every year, on November 11th, we have a duty to remember. For those who served in the military, for those who made the ultimate sacrifice in conflicts in which this country has participated over the decades. This year is a very special one for me. I've been offered the honorary presidency of the Drummondville Legion 51 Poppy campaign. I accept it with pride, Mr. Speaker, because, as the member for Drummond, I'm well placed to understand the extent to which our veterans need the support of their Legion. I accept it because I believe that we collectively owe them recognition and respect for their service. Poppies are everywhere up until November 11th, in grocery stores, shopping malls, in all kinds of stores, and they cost very little for what they bring. A small donation at your discretion according to your means, nothing more. But of all, Mr. Speaker, the poppy is worn close to the heart, because that is where we cherish the memory of the thousands of men and women who have stood as a bulwark to defend our values and our democracy.
The honourable member for Toronto St. Paul's.
Mr. Speaker, on this historic day, I rise to recognize the life and work of the late Andrew Moore, who served 18 years as the CEO of EQ Bank and was a longtime resident of Toronto St. Paul's, who we lost suddenly this summer. Our thoughts are with his wife Megs and his 3 children, Dan, Kat, and Sarah. Andrew was a true Canadian pioneer, driven by an unwavering belief that banks should, above all else, serve their clients and serve Canadians. He was an innovator that advocated for greater competition in the financial industry to give Canadians more options and more control over their finances. At this moment of profound economic disruption and opportunity, let us follow the example Andrew set, that Canadian innovation, Canadian ingenuity can help us navigate this moment and create a stronger and more resilient economy for all Canadians. Thank you.
The honourable member for St. John, St. Croix.
Mr. Speaker, Liberals measure success by how many tax dollars are spent. They say the number in today's budget is what matters. Yet Canadians know why more debt financing is being offered. Liberal policies have failed to build, empower, or protect our country. Conservatives are calling for an affordable budget for affordable lives. We want affordable lives for the 1 in 5 Canadian food bank users who work hard but cannot afford to feed themselves. We want affordable lives for seniors who are being crushed by higher prices because of the industrial carbon tax and the food packaging tax. We want affordable lives for the parents who are forced to spend $800 more this year on food compared to last year.
That's right.
The Prime Minister said, judge him by the prices at the grocery store. Canadians have judged. They want no more of the same. They want change, Mr. Speaker.
Here, here.
The honourable member for La Salle-et-Marne-Verdun. Mr. Speaker, with municipal elections having taken place across Quebec, and even if the results aren't official yet, I would like to warmly congratulate the new mayor of Montreal, Soraya Martinez-Ferrada, and all the new mayors and elected officials in La Salle-et-Marne-Verdun and the Southwest.
With all of you for La Salle-et-Marne-Verdun's benefit, je veux aussi...
I would also like to thank all of the candidates who ran for office. Our democracy is based on a diversity of choices and on ideas that guide our various levels of government. Our fellow citizens are fortunate to be able to count on such dedicated and courageous people to represent them.
Voters who participated, thank you. Our democracy thrives when we all engage. Know that I'm looking forward to working with our newly elected municipal representative. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Hamilton East, Stony Creek.
Our justice system hit absolute rock bottom this past Friday when the Supreme Court ruled that there will be no mandatory minimums for monsters who access and possess child sexual abuse content. This comes after 10 years of soft on crime liberal policies. Let me be clear. We're talking about 2 monsters that were in possession of hundreds of images and videos that were made by torturing innocent children. Conservatives immediately announced that we would use the notwithstanding clause to overturn this very dangerous ruling. Monsters that possess child sexual abuse content are not victims. They are criminals. We should lock them up and throw away the key. As a father and a parent, I find this disgusting. The innocence of our children should be protected at all costs. If we cannot protect our children, my fellow members, then who are we? The Prime Minister has remained silent on this issue, and Canadians want to know why.
Well, I can tell you why, because he's a loser. Mark Carney's an idiot.
Mr. Speaker, today I want to highlight a program that is transforming the lives of our children, the National School Food Program. Every day, this program provides thousands of students in my riding and across the country with a healthy, free, nutritious meal. It's not just a social measure. It's a real investment in academic success, in public health, and in equal opportunity. It's an investment in the future of our young people, because young people with full stomachs can succeed. I am very proud of this program. It's a tool to help build a society where every child can learn on a full stomach. I'd like to commend the exceptional work of the schools, community organizations, and volunteers who make this program possible. Organizations like the Breakfast Club, which works across Quebec. Thanks to their commitment, we are collectively affirming that eating well at school is a right and not a privilege. Thank you.
The honourable member for Calgary Heritage.
Canadians want an affordable budget and an affordable life, not a prime minister who profits in secret while people line up at food banks in record numbers. $6.5 billion. That's how much experts say that the Prime Minister's former company, Brookfield, sheltered in tax havens over the last 5 years offshore. The Prime Minister helped set up 3 multi-billion-dollar investment funds in Bermuda and the Cayman Islands, funds he stands to benefit directly from through bonus pay. Canadians deserve to know that their Prime Minister is making decisions in the public interest, not his own financial interest. Liberals can keep protecting their boss. Conservatives will stand with taxpayers. We'll expose the abuse. We will defend hardworking Canadians. And we will hold the Prime Minister accountable for putting his profit ahead of their lives.
The honourable member for Burnaby Central.
Mr. Speaker, this week we are honored to welcome members of Burnaby Firefighters, Local 323 to Ottawa, the brave women and men on the front line of public safety. Bienvenue à Ottawa. I remember visiting Fire Station 8 in Burnaby, a modern, purpose-built facility where our firefighters have the best tools to return home safely after every call. Day after day, they face danger with courage and compassion, often at great personal risk. Beyond emergencies, they are pillars of our community, supporting families in need and volunteering for local charities. I want to recognize President Doug Petit for his years of service and for leading by example through every challenge. On behalf of the people of Burnaby Central, I honor these women and men whose courage turned fear into hope and duty into commitment. Mr. Speaker, let's stand together and applaud our true heroes, and let's make sure they are well protected by the law of our country. Merci.
Oral questions, questions orales. The honourable member
All right, here we go.
Mr. Speaker, every dollar this Liberal government spends comes out of the pockets of hardworking Canadians in either inflation or tax hikes. And today we'll find out just how many dollars this government is going to take out of the pockets of Canadians. There is going to be one difference today. After today, every tax rate, every piece of red tape, every rule, regulation, and every bit of wasteful spending will be exactly how this Prime Minister wants it. Conservatives have been clear. We will not support a costly budget that makes life more expensive for Canadians. So instead of asking Canadians to pay more for a big bloated bureaucracy, why not bring in an affordable budget that lowers prices for everyone?
The Honourable Government House Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Then it's a great day for the official opposition because we are going to have an affordable budget. We are going to have an historic budget that creates opportunity for young people and Canadians from coast to coast to coast, building this country, making sure that government works for people, invests in their communities. And, Mr. Speaker, we look forward to having the Conservatives support this great budget.
The honourable member for Regina Capel.
Would be an 11th hour change because this government has been telling young Canadians that they're going to have to sacrifice more so that government gets bigger and bigger. They even try to deny that their hidden taxes on food makes life more expensive. They call those hidden taxes imaginary. Let me tell you, the farmer that has to pay the industrial carbon tax on his new equipment or on the fertilizer he buys has to pass those costs on to Canadians, and food prices go up as a result. He doesn't have the option to not pay the industrial carbon tax on farm equipment and fertilizer. So a concrete measure to help bring prices down would be to scrap the industrial carbon tax. Will they do that today?
The Honourable Government House Leader.
Here we go again, Mr. Speaker, with these imaginary taxes. There is no tax on food. There will never be a tax on groceries. And great news for the opposition, today's budget won't have any of these imaginary taxes in them either. What this budget will have are historic investments in young people, in building this country, in building communities, and in making this country stronger, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Regina Capel.
For farmers can call up CRA and say that the carbon tax on farm equipment and fertilizer is just imaginary, or maybe they can write imaginary checks to pay for them, Mr. Speaker. But it's not just the industrial carbon tax that's driving up food prices, it's also the Liberal fuel standard. When truckers take the food from farms to factories to grocery stores, they can't tell Revenue Canada that those taxes are imaginary. They have to pay that extra 17 cents a litre. So again, to help bring prices down for working Canadians, why not scrap the fuel standards that are driving up food costs?
The Honourable Minister of the Environment and Climate Change.
Mr. Speaker, this is more about the talk of imaginary taxes coming from the other side. Right. But you know what? If you want to talk about clean fuel regulations, you don't even have to just take my word for it that it's not a tax. You can check the Canola Digest, because they point out this provides opportunities for farmers. When we're talking about biofuels, this is an important place. It's an opportunity for canola farmers. I hope that they support it, and I hope they support our budget.
The Honourable Member for Louis Saint Laurent, Akiawenrak. Mr. Speaker, in less than 2 hours, the budgets will table their 10th deficit. In 2015, they were elected by saying 3 small deficits and no more deficits after 2019. But the reality was that the debt has doubled under the Liberals. The cost of housing has doubled under the Liberals. And the Prime Minister told young people, you'll have to sacrifice even more. Mr. Speaker, instead of asking young people to sacrifice their future, instead of having an expensive election, why not have an affordable budget for an affordable life for Canadians? The Honourable Leader of the government in the House, the member across the way, will have a great day today because, yes, we'll have an affordable budget that protects the most vulnerable, that invests in our youth, that invests in our world, that invests in communities from coast to coast to coast, a budget that will create opportunities, that will build our country, to build the strongest G7 economy. So I would like to ask the member to support us today. The Honourable Member for Louis Saint Laurent, Akiawenrak. Mr. Speaker, all Canadians want a budget that will protect their cost of living. People are hurting with regards to food. Inflation has doubled the price of some food. 2.5 million Canadians have to go to food banks. The Prime Minister was voted by saying he would be judged on the cost of food. And after 10 years of Liberal government, Sylvain Charlebois, a professor, says that if we have a look at the G7, we are currently the only G7 country that has had 4 consecutive months of food price increases. Will the Canadians finally have an affordable budget? The Honourable Secretary of State. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Our affordable budget will have historic investments that will strengthen Canada. It will strengthen families and Canadians from coast to coast to coast. These investments will allow us to create jobs and careers for young people. It will allow us to build more affordable housing for young Canadians, and it will allow us to protect support measures that help families. Our government will table a budget that will build, that will protect, and that will strengthen Canada. And I cannot wait for the members across the way to vote for it. The Honourable Member for Louis Saint Laurent, Akiawenrak. Mr. Speaker, we've had a proposal tabled for months that will reduce the cost of food, and that's abolishing the industrial carbon tax. Mr. Speaker, food doesn't just grow on trees. It has to be harvested from the trees. It has to be processed. Thereafter, it also has to be packaged and sent to stores, and that is where the industrial carbon tax kicks in. Mr. Charlebois, the same professor that I mentioned before, said yesterday before parliamentary committee, saying that the costs have gone up. The difference between us and the States have gone up because we have an industrial carbon tax and they don't. End of intervention. Inaudible for the interpreter. The Honourable Minister for the Environment. There are always people that talk about imaginary taxes, and they continue to talk about imaginary taxes, but let's get back down to earth. We've tabled a responsible budget that will tackle affordability, that will help Canadians because we support Canadians. We are ready to work hard for Canadians to build a strong future, and I hope that the Conservatives will support our budget to do that as well. The honourable member for Saint-Jean. Mr. Speaker, the Liberals have announced that they are scrapping their plan to plant 2 billion trees. This proves once again that they haven't understood a thing. If everyone was laughing at them for this programme, it wasn't because the programme was bad and it needed to be cancelled. It was because the Liberals were incapable of planting the damn trees in the first place. Everyone was laughing at them because year after year they missed their target. Today we learned that they are abandoning the programme. Instead of correcting their incompetence, they simply just to give up. Is that really the Liberal approach?
Minister of Natural Resources.
Mr. Speaker, our budget today will seize a generational opportunity to transform our economy through ambitious investments, rigorous discipline, ensuring every dollar goes to help build the strongest economy in the G7, and we look forward to sharing that with the member opposite.
The honourable member for Saint-Jean. I don't think he was answering from the right sheet, Mr. Speaker. The Liberals are cutting their 2 billion tree planting programme. That's what we're talking about. Just as they've cut carbon pricing, just as they are allowing their own environmental assessments to be circumvented through Bill C5. All the environmental measures put in place under Justin Trudeau, as meagre and insufficient as they were, are being abandoned one by one. It's setback after setback after setback. You'd think you were watching the Conservatives play, Mr. Speaker. So the question arises, do the Liberals actually believe in climate change? The Honourable Leader of the Government in the House. My esteemed colleague across the way will have to wait for the budget, but what I can confirm now is that we will continue to ensure that Canada is a key player against climate change. Instead of providing setbacks, we'll continue to progress in Canada. I hope that the member doesn't want us to stop projects in Quebec, but Mr. Speaker, what I can confirm is that we will invest in our youth, invest in our regions, and invest for our country's progress. The Honourable Member for Repentigny. Mr. Speaker, the Liberals are announcing the abandonment of their strategy to plant 2 billion trees today. But it's symbolic to abandon the only green measure remaining from the Trudeau era. It's ironic that it's happening on a day of a budget that is dangerous for the environment. The budget will detail the federal government's new strategy called climate competitiveness. If this means cutting carbon pricing, cutting electric vehicle quotas, cutting tree planting, and encouraging the expansion of oil and gas, shouldn't we just rename it climate capitulation? The Honourable Minister for the Environment. Mr. Speaker, the member across the way should know full well, because we've talked about it many times, that our government will continue to fight against climate change. Not only that, we will continue to build a strong Canada, because that's what Canadians want. They want to see that we have significant projects that means good jobs for the youth. That means
we want you out of Parliament. That's what we really want. We just leave. Just don't sit down ever again. Just walk out the door and don't come back.
All this Liberal government spends comes out of the pockets of Canadians through higher taxes and higher inflation. And today at 4 o'clock, we're going to find out just how much more they're going to take out of the pockets of Canadians. And Canadians could be paying $300 to $400 more in grocery costs because of their food packaging tax. And Canadians are looking for an affordable budget for an affordable life. So will the Prime Minister instead scrap his food packaging tax instead of trying to engineer a costly election with his costly budget?
The Honourable Secretary of State for Financial Institutions.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This is an historic day for our country. Today, our government will table a generational disciplined budget. We will transform our economy from reliance to resilience and build our economy in the strongest in the G7. We will spend less on government operation and invest more in capital projects and build our economy into the strongest economy in the G7. I hope the party opposite cuts the rhetoric and will support us and vote for our budget. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable member for Leeds, Grenville, Thousand Islands, Rideau Lakes.
We've heard this same tune from these Liberals before, and the result? 2.2 million Canadians visiting food banks. Their industrial carbon tax is another example of driving up costs for everyday Canadians. They're paying more and they're getting less. We want to know why they continue with these taxes, like their food packaging tax, that even Deloitte, we know they love consultants, and Deloitte is saying that it's raising the price of produce by 30%. So will the Prime Minister, while he's still got a chance, commit, instead of having a costly election, to having an affordable budget for affordable lives for Canadians?
The Honourable Secretary of State.
Mr. Speaker, there is no food packaging tax. The party opposite is obsessed with imaginary taxes. Let's talk affordability, Mr. Speaker. Let's talk about cutting taxes for 22 million Canadians. No comments on that. Let's talk about cutting the tax for first-time homebuyers. No comments on that. Let's talk about cutting the consumer carbon tax. No comments on that, Mr. Speaker. On this side of the House, we are focused on affordability for Canadians. Canadians made a choice the last election. They chose our side. They chose our Prime Minister. They rejected that leader. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Kildonan St. Paul.
Mr. Speaker, every dollar the Liberal spends, we know, comes from the pockets of Canadians, which drives up taxes and inflation. And now they're making it worse with their hidden food taxes. For example, the Liberal packaging plastic ban will add $5.6 billion to food prices because, of course, it forces producers to use more costly packaging that doesn't preserve food as well, which, of course, means shorter shelf lives, more waste, and higher food prices. So will the Prime Minister stop trying to engineer this costly election with his costly budget and instead scrap this $5.6 billion hidden food tax, Mr. Speaker?
The Honourable Government House Leader.
Mr. Speaker, as my colleagues have said, there is no tax. It's an imaginary tax. There is no tax on food packaging in Canada.
For Kildonan St. Paul.
Mr. Speaker, the experts are telling us that these food packaging taxes will add $5.6 billion, and that's just one of them. They're also forcing the food industry to redesign food labels, of all things, which will add an additional $8 billion to the cost of food. Canadians aren't asking the Liberals to redesign food labels, Mr. Speaker. They're asking for more affordable food. So will they scrap this hidden food tax and save Canadians some money?
The Honourable Government House Leader.
Speaker, there is no food packaging tax. There is no food labeling tax. There is no tax on groceries. These are imaginary taxes, and repeating these same lines is not going to make them real.
Member for Oshawa.
Mr. Speaker, every dollar the Liberals spend comes straight out of the pockets of Canadians through higher taxes and the skyrocketing cost of living. The Liberals can gaslight and call fuel regulations tax imaginary all they want, but my neighbours in Oshawa will feel the hit, up to 17 cents per litre more for gas. Will the Prime Minister stop trying to engineer a costly election with a costly budget and finally scrap the fuel regulations tax?
The Honourable Minister of Jobs and Family.
We're going to stand up for Canadians every single day. We're going to invest in their futures. We're going to invest in the jobs that Canadians are talking about they want to take up. Mr. Speaker, this is a time when Canadians have pulled together to build Canada strong, and that's exactly what our budget's going to do. We're going to make sure the tools are there for every Canadian who is protecting this country. I hope these guys get on board.
The Honourable Member for Mégantic-l'Érable-Lotbinière. When the Liberal government spends a dollar comes out of the pocket of a Canadian because of higher taxes and Liberal inflation. Liberal hypocrisy has reached a peak. They are hiding taxes on the backs of families who are struggling to feed themselves. Yes, it is a hidden tax when they pass a $5.2 billion bill to Canadians by changing food packaging rules. Instead of tabling a costly budget this afternoon, will the Prime Minister abolish the packaging tax and give $5 billion back to families in an affordable budget for an affordable life? The Leader of the Government in the House. Mr. Speaker, all Canadians know that there is no packaging tax. There's no tax as is described by the member. There's no tax on groceries. These are imaginary taxes that the Conservatives are dreaming up. They do not exist. Canadians already know this. The Conservatives should probably know this as well. The honourable member for Mégantic-l'Érable-Haute-Binière. There's nothing imaginary when mothers simply do not have the money to pay for milk, cheese, meat, everything they need to feed their children properly. For example, Mr. Speaker, the industrial carbon tax will cost them up to $1,000 in very real money every single year. Whilst they're wondering how they're going to pay for their groceries, the Prime Minister is trying to provoke a costly election with a costly budget. Why not think about families for once and simply cancel the industrial carbon tax instead? Because life is just becoming less and less affordable. The Honourable Minister for Industry. Mr. Speaker, it's not because my colleague keeps asking the same question that he should get a different answer. My point is that he is drumming up imaginary taxes, but he's also not referring to the fact that we have reduced taxes for the middle class, for example. In the next budget that will be tabled this afternoon before this House, we'll protect our jobs, we'll protect our economy, we'll protect our communities. We'll also be here to build our country, build our economy with great projects, major defence investments. Our budget will also be here to help Canadians. The honourable member for Saint-Hyacinthe-Bagot-Acton. Mr. Speaker, as the Prime Minister returns from a mission to Asia, let us remember that China trades heavily in products made with forced labour, including child labour. Canada's economic diversification must never be achieved at the expense of slavery and human rights abuses. The Bloc Québécois has tabled Bill C-251 to prevent any importation from regions suspected of using modern slavery unless the seller can prove that they do not profit from forced labour or child labour. Will the government support our bill? The Honourable Minister for Foreign Affairs. Mr. Speaker, I would like to thank my honourable colleague for that question. Our government does not support forced labour at all. We will continue to defend human rights throughout the world, especially through multilateral organisations. At the same time, we will continue to invest in our economy and have bilateral relations when it is necessary for our country throughout the world. The honourable member for Lac-Saint-Jean. Mr. Speaker, the Chinese regime is guilty of genocide against the Uyghur and Turkic peoples in the Xinjiang. This genocide includes forced labour and child labour, whose blood and sweat are found in products such as cotton. This genocide has been recognised by this very House, but has not stopped the Prime Minister from courting China. The Bloc Québécois bill is simple. It mirrors what the United States is already doing to ban the import of products made with forced labour. The question is simple. Will they support the Bloc Québécois bill, yes or no? Unfortunately, I can't bring this to a vote, but I will hand it over to the Minister for Foreign Affairs. Mr. Speaker, Canada is incredibly preoccupied by the treatment of the Uyghur in China. The report was one essential step that raised very alarming factors of what's happening there. China still has not acted in a significant way to respond. Canada will continue to work with its partners, its international partners, to resolve this situation. Canada is here for human rights every single day through international organizations. That is a priority for us.
The honourable member for Newmarket Aurora.
Young Canadians are asking a simple question. What is left for me to sacrifice after a decade of failed Liberal policies? They're saying, I can't find a job, I'm delaying starting a family, I can't buy a home, I am living in my parents' basement. What is left to sacrifice, Prime Minister? And what is the Liberal government's response? we're going to mortgage your future with more generational debt. Will the Prime Minister stop breaking his promises, rein in his reckless spending, and finally deliver an affordable budget that gives young Canadians a fighting chance at an affordable life?
The Honourable Secretary of State for Children and Youth.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Today's budget will deliver historic investments to build Canada strong. This means strong families and strong communities from coast to coast to coast. Investments that will create good quality jobs and careers for young Canadians, that will build infrastructure, that will put more affordable homes within reach for young Canadians, and protect the supports that help families to get ahead. Your new government is putting forward a budget to build, protect, and empower Canadians and Canada, and I hope the members opposite will join us and support the budget.
Honourable Member for Newmarket Aurora.
They have been saying those same words for over a decade, but life has only gotten harder. They call it an investment, but it's not. It is a mortgage on our youth's future. A 19-year-old girl from Halifax was on national news saying she can't afford groceries, she can't find work. That is the reality behind their so-called investments. Youth unemployment is at 15%, not because young people have given up, but because this Liberal government has given up on them. So will the Prime Minister stop asking young Canadians to sacrifice even more and deliver an affordable budget for an affordable life?
The Honourable Minister for Housing and Infrastructure.
Mr. Speaker, to the member opposite, this government is taking action to make life more affordable for young Canadians. We are delivering on housing. You look across the country right now, average rents are down, mortgage rates are down, home prices are going down. That's benefiting young Canadians, and we're not stopping there, Mr. Speaker. We are doubling up on housing for young Canadians, making sure the first-time homebuyers tax benefits up to $50,000, and we're going to deliver with Build Canada Homes, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Richmond Hill South.
This Liberal Prime Minister told young Canadians that they must make some sacrifices. Well, they've already had to sacrifice good-paying jobs and the dream of home ownership, and they've already paid the price as food costs keep going up. A Liberal inflationary deficits throw fuel on the fire. A 19-year-old girl from Halifax said it best on national news. Quote, food insecurity is not good. Finding a job is even harder. Youth unemployment is now approaching 15%, the highest rate since 2010, coming out of the Great Recession. Will the Liberals stop asking young Canadians to make more sacrifices, finally keep their promises, so young Canadians can have an affordable budget for an affordable home?
The Honourable Secretary of State for Labour.
I've traveled across this country. I've met with union leaders, I've met with workers, and they're excited about our plan to build big and build bold, build infrastructure project, build Canada Homes, because of the opportunities it creates. Opportunities to bring in high school students, opportunities to bring in apprentices, opportunities to invest in the next generation of skilled workers. Mr. Speaker, if the Conservatives want an affordable budget for an affordable life, they have the opportunity to vote for one today. Will they join us?
Honourable Member for Richmond Hill South.
Mr. Speaker, the only thing generational with Liberal deficits is the debt that the next generation must pay. Exactly. Liberal inflationary deficits are driving up the cost of everything. Young Canadians can't find jobs, they can't afford homes, and they can't even afford food. 25% of Canadians face food insecurity. They're sacrificing by cutting back on nutritious food. It's gone so bad that recipes for poverty potlucks and struggle meals, like those using hamburger helper and instant ramen, are now trending on social media. When will the Liberals finally stop breaking their promises, get spending under control, and deliver what young Canadians actually need, an affordable budget for an affordable life?
Secretary of State.
Again, those words, we keep hearing those words from the Conservatives, but the reality of the situation is that every time there's an opportunity to vote for measures that help Canadians, they vote against it. They vote against no to dental care. They vote against no to the National School Food Program, which they call garbage, Mr. Speaker. They said no to the increase of Canada Child Benefit, no to a tax cut that helps 22 million Canadians. While they keep saying no, our government is investing to help families, yes, to lowering costs for Canadians, yes, to building a stronger future for Canadians. So, Mr. Speaker, today they'll get another chance to vote for a budget that is affordable for Canadians. Will they join us?
The Honourable Member for Terranova, the Peninsulas.
Mr. Speaker, food insecurity is not good, and finding a job is even harder. Those are the words of a 19-year-old from Atlantic Canada. Youth employment is skyrocketing, nearly 15%. And this Prime Minister have told Canadians they needed to make more sacrifices, but they've already sacrificed enough. Young people are having to sacrifice working in their hometown because they have to go away for work. This means that our kids will be fast sacrificing dinners with grandma. When will these Liberals get over their overspending, get spending under control so that the Canadians can have an affordable life and not get stuck with the bill?
The Honourable Minister of Fisheries and Oceans.
Mr. Speaker, I'm so proud to be able to stand today in reference to the opposition member from Newfoundland and Labrador and talk about the measures that we are putting in place for young workers to train in construction, welders, the work that we need to build Canada strong, happening in our province. I was so proud to make that announcement last week. That's just one of the many measures, not to mention the programs for children and families. I really hope this member votes for the budget.
The member for Port Moody Coquitlam.
Mr. Speaker, the world economy is shifting, and Canada must rise to meet this unprecedented moment. Global trade is in disarray, tariffs reshaping markets, and our largest trading partner increasingly unreliable. Budget 2025 is our chance to act. Can the Secretary of State for Financial Institutions and the CRA explain how Canada will meet this moment with a historic investment budget?
The Honourable Secretary of State for Financial Institutions.
Mr. Speaker, I want to thank the member for that great question. This is a transformational moment. We will pivot from an era of reliance to resilience. With Budget 2025, we're laying the groundwork of some of the investments, some of the biggest investments this country has seen since the Second World War. We will spend less in government operations. We will invest more in Canadians, invest more in Canada. This is our moment, Mr. Speaker, our time to build big, build bold, and build now. It's time to build Canada strong. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Foothills.
Inflation is up another 4% because of the Liberals' hidden industrial carbon tax and tax on food packaging. Now, the Liberals will like to say that these are just imaginary taxes, but experts at the Agriculture Committee yesterday confirmed not only are these taxes not imaginary, they are in fact driving up the price of groceries. And I want to quote Dr. Sylvain Charlebois, who said wholesale food prices have increased, and one of the factors driving this is the carbon tax. And so we are very concerned, and we expect food inflation to be a problem moving forward. So will the Prime Minister stop his inflationary budget and scrap his taxes on food so Canadians can afford?
The Honourable Minister of the Environment.
Mr. Speaker, once again, there is no tax on plastic food packaging. They can keep saying it if they want, but it doesn't make it true.
Exist.
But you know what is true? We are going to be tabling a budget today. It's going to support Canadians. It's an important, big moment for our country as we build our country and we build it well. I hope that the Conservatives will support us.
The Honourable Member for Foothills.
Well, imaginary things like Deloitte and Dr. Sylvain Charlebois have already confirmed what Canadians know. These are not imaginary taxes. They are struggling to pay these taxes every single day at the grocery store. The food professor said as a result of the industrial carbon tax and taxes on food packaging, Canada is the only G7 country where food inflation has increased for 4 straight months. And it's only going to get worse, which is scary when we have 2.2 million Canadians forced to use a food bank. Will the Prime Minister scrap his taxes on food so Canadians can afford to feed themselves?
Honourable Government House Leader.
Mr. Speaker, once again, these are imaginary taxes. They do not exist. There is no tax on food packaging. He can cite all of the imaginary people that he wants to cite. There are no taxes on food packaging. And good news, this budget won't include any either.
The Honourable Member for Oxford.
Mr. Speaker, every dollar this Liberal government spends comes straight from the pockets of hard-working Canadians. More government deficits mean higher taxes and more inflation, jacking up the cost of living already. Canadians are struggling. Nicole, a single mom from Oxford, works 2 jobs, 70 hours a week, barely sees her kids, and still can't make ends meet. These stories from like Nicole and others are now becoming the norm thanks to Liberal deficits. So instead of trying to cause a costly election on their costly budget, why won't they table an affordable budget for an affordable life?
The Honourable Minister for Indigenous Services.
Mr. Speaker, I want to highlight today that the opposition can offer Nicole and those single-parent households the support of a future that is based in today's budget that will be presented. Wow. My colleagues today have the chance to protect those very futures that they speak about, including those young Indigenous children, the fastest growing population who need us and depend on the programs that we have put in place. Canadians chose a Prime Minister with a vision that they trust. We hope the opposition will prioritize protecting Canadians' budgets that they need in this critical time. We know that we all...
The Honourable Member for Oxford.
Canadians have seen this nightmare before. Empty Liberal promises can't feed empty stomachs. When Liberals recklessly spend, it's Canadians who pay the price. Higher grocery prices, higher rents, more on gas, and the only thing that is growing in this Liberal economy are the lines at food banks, with over 2 million folks now visiting food bank in a single month. Yeah. Liberal deficits mean higher taxes, higher inflation, meaning life is more expensive for Canadians. So I'll ask again, instead of trying to cause a costly election on their costly budget, why won't they table an affordable budget for an affordable life?
The Honourable Government House Leader.
Well, once again with the imaginary taxes, Mr. Speaker, but I'll tell you something that isn't imaginary, because I get to be the House Leader and actually see things that aren't imaginary. We are debating C4, which does 3 things. It cuts income taxes on every single person that pays income tax. It cuts the GST for first-time home buyers. And guess what? It gets rid of the carbon tax, Mr. Speaker. But these Conservatives play games and procedures and talk around these things to delay affordability measures that are quite real, not imaginary for Canadians. They should...
Your government implemented the carbon tax, you fucking fool.
Mr. Speaker, Liberals are taking money out of Canadians' pockets with inflation caused by their deficits. This is threatening our children's future, which is unacceptable. This record-breaking deficit budget will destroy our children's dreams. That is unacceptable. The Liberals are also going to trigger a costly election with a costly budget. Why not present an affordable budget so that Canadians can have an affordable life? The Honourable Minister of Government Transformation. Well, it's very clear that each word that comes out of a Conservative member's mouth actually comes out of the Conservative leader's office. If they want to talk about the future, it's remarkable that when we see the lack of seriousness they show at question period, that Canadians chose a serious government that gives more purchasing power to the middle class, more opportunity to youth, that is creating more big projects to build our country. For once, I would invite the Conservatives to show some ambition for Canada and to support us in this budget.
Honourable Député de Beauce.
The Honourable Member for Beauce. Mr. Speaker, well, we are very nervous about what the Liberals are coming up with here. We were expecting $42 billion of deficit, but things are going to actually be much worse. This Liberal government is completely disconnected from reality. It is just spending and spending. Each dollar that the Liberals are spending is coming directly out of the pockets of people in my riding. Mr. Speaker, why not table an affordable budget to make Canadians' lives affordable? The Honourable Government House Leader. Well, it may not be in the notes that the leader of the Conservatives just gave my colleague, but he should speak to his colleagues who have been slowing down the adoption of Bill C4, which would lower taxes for all those who pay income tax in Canada, which lowers the GST on homes for first-time homebuyers, and which also eliminates the carbon tax. The member across the way should stop slowing down that bill. That will bring more affordability to all of Canada.
Kamloops Thompson-Nicola.
Mr. Speaker, I spent much of my legal career prosecuting internet offenses against children.
This included possession of child sexual abuse material. Let's be clear, victims often serve a psychological life sentence. Last week, the Supreme Court of Canada struck down the mandatory 1 year in jail for possession of child sexual abuse and exploitation material. The minister said today that he won't use the notwithstanding clause on this ruling. So the question is this: why are the rights of victims second and the rights of sex offenders first?
The Honourable Secretary of State for Combating Crime.
Mr. Speaker, through actions, we are standing up for victims of crime.
Hear, hear.
Plain and simple, Mr. Speaker, child abusers should face the toughest penalties under Canadian law. That's why we introduced C4.
These are obviously important issues, and therefore we deserve important debate. So the Secretary of State, from the top.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The rights of victims are very important to this government. That is why we have been taking action. And let me make it very plain and simple to the Conservatives, Mr. Speaker. Child abusers should face the toughest penalties under Canadian law. That is why we introduced C14. We're making reforms, sweeping reforms, Mr. Speaker, that make bail stricter, that make sentences tougher, and that make sure that child abusers stay behind bars. Mr. Speaker, we also introduced lawful access so that we can catch child predators and we can give law enforcement the tools that are needed, Mr. Speaker, but the Conservatives are against it.
The Honourable Member for Kamloops Thompson-Nicolau.
Mr. Speaker, Bill C-14 has nothing to do with mandatory minimums for those who possess and produce child sexual abuse and exploitation material. I have looked far too many victims in the eye to feel comfortable giving the answer that the minister just gave, Mr. Speaker. Victims don't want excuses, they want action. We often hear about charter rights for the accused, including pedophiles, but we don't hear about rights for the victims. If the minister has ruled out using the notwithstanding clause, what's his plan to take sex offenders off our streets?
The Honourable Secretary of State for Combating Crime.
Mr. Speaker, we've been taking action on this issue since day one. We introduced legislation called C-63 that made sexual offenses online, but the Conservatives did not support it, Mr. Speaker. We've brought lawful access provision so that child pedophiles can be caught, Mr. Speaker, but the Conservatives did not support it.
So I'm interested in hearing this answer. So the Secretary of State... Secretary of State may continue.
Mr. Speaker, child abusers are amongst the most reprehensible in our society. That is why we've taken many measures like C-63, like C-14, and like lawful access provisions so that they can be caught in the first place, Mr. Speaker. We're also going to be bringing forward new
The Honourable Member for Charlebourg-Haute-Saint-Charles. Mr. Speaker, the recent Supreme Court decision, which stated that 1 year of imprisonment for having accessed or possessed child sexual abuse material, saying that this was cruel and unusual punishment, is a real insult to the victims of these crimes. The Conservative government had hardened minimum sentences for this content. It's very clear that this government, and I wonder why, is more protecting the rights of pedophiles than the rights of children.
Mr. Speaker, we are all about protecting the rights of children. That is why we want to give law enforcement the tools that are needed to catch predators online. We brought forward tougher sentences for child offenders. These child abusers should be put behind bars, and that is exactly where we intend to keep them through C-14 and the new legislation that we're going to be tabling in this House this fall.
Hear, hear.
Honorable Député de Bourassa.
The Honourable Member for Bourassa. Mr. Speaker, the global economy is at a critical moment. The international trade system is experiencing upheaval. And today, new tariffs seem like the rule rather than the exception. Our country is facing economic difficulties and more uncertainty. Our main trade partner is no longer as reliable as it used to be, which is making our economy go through a more precarious period. With Budget 2025 coming up, can the Minister for Canada-US Trade tell the House why this is a historic investment budget? The Honourable Minister for Canada-US Trade. Mr. Speaker, I'd like to thank our colleague for Bourassa for this question. This is a period of transformation, and we are laying the groundwork for significant investments, the most significant in Canada since the Second World War. Mr. Speaker, Canadians elected an ambitious government, a government that will take strong action to build a resilient economy. And the good news, Mr. Speaker, is that in just a few moments, the House of Commons will get all of that good news. I know that all parliamentarians are looking forward to it.
For Mission Mastery Abbotsford.
Mr. Speaker, every dollar the Liberal government spends comes out of the pockets of Canadians in the form of higher taxes and inflation. The Prime Minister tells young Canadians to sacrifice, yet Liberal insiders are thriving. Case in point, as Canadians give up on home ownership, this government handed out over $30 million in bonuses to 99% of housing agency executives, averaging $43,000 per bonus. Instead of trying to cause a costly election on a costly budget, why not an affordable budget for an affordable life?
Hear, hear.
The Honourable Minister for Housing and Infrastructure.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This new government has a very credible plan for building affordable housing. We are focused on delivering that affordable housing. $13 billion has been committed in this new budget. We hope the Conservatives will support this if they care about affordable housing. But, Mr. Speaker, they've voted against every affordable housing measure for 10 years now.
That's right.
I don't expect a lot from them, but when Canadians, and they're raising it in the House here, young Canadians need affordable housing, we expect their support on this budget.
Honourable Member for Calgary Skyview.
Mr. Speaker, after 10 years, Liberal insiders have never had it so good. Canadians line up at food banks while this government lets $50 million IBM contract at CRA blow past $119 million. On track for $214 million. Young Canadians are told to sacrifice, so Liberal-linked insiders, consultants can get rich. Canadians are stuck paying the bill. Instead of a costly election on a costly budget, why not affordable budget for an affordable life by cancelling consultants?
The Honourable Secretary of State for Financial Institutions.
Mr. Speaker, I got great news to the party opposite. We have an affordability measure that maybe they may be interested in, Mr. Speaker. It's automatic federal benefits. Wow. Giving benefits to 5.5 million Canadians that need them the most. Canada Child Benefit, Disability Tax Credit, GST credit.
There you go, guys. The Liberal government's on the way to save you. The automatic tax credits. Here we go, guys. They're here to save the day. Holy Christ. They actually think people want that.
In West Kootenay.
Mr. Speaker.
Become more dependent on the government. Here are your tax credits, ladies and gentlemen. Here's your monthly payout.
The Prime Minister tells young Canadians they need to sacrifice. While more families than ever are lining up at food banks, this Liberal government is using Canadian tax dollars to fund a whopping $25 billion a year on outside consultants. Wow. Instead of trying to cause a costly election on a costly budget, why not an affordable budget for an affordable life?
Good question. The Honourable Secretary of State.
Mr. Speaker, this is an historic day for our House. I thought we'd all be together. This is a historic day for our country. Mr. Speaker, on this side of the House, we deliver affordability for Canadians, cutting taxes for 22 million Canadians. We cut the tax for GST for first-time home buyers. We are focused on affordability, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, we will deliver for Canadians. We got a mandate on April 28th to deliver affordability. The other side has handed one sheet around all question period. Same old rhetoric, Mr. Speaker. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Prescott Russell Cumberland.
Mr. Speaker, the world faces unprecedented uncertainty as...
Did he really just say same old rhetoric after repeating the same thing. You can't. You can't make it up anymore.
Voters in my riding of Prescott-Russell-Cumberland are anxious about what this new world order means for Canada. Can the Secretary of State for Financial Institutions and CRA let those people know how Budget 2025 will meet this unique and historical moment?
The Honourable Secretary of State for Financial Institutions.
Mr. Speaker, I want to thank the member for giving
Here he goes again to repeat the same thing.
So today, we will table an historic budget that will spend less on operations and invest more in Canada. Mr. Speaker, the member opposite may not believe it, but we will build the strongest economy in the G7. This is the largest investment in our country since the Second World War. We will build big, we will build bold, and we will build Canada strong. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Caribou, Prince George.
First responders, nurses, and healthcare workers serve and protect our communities every day. They put their uniforms on every day, knowing that their lives will be on the line, that they run towards danger. They mend our broken bones. They hold our hand as we take our last breath. What we've just seen by this Liberal government is shameful. Just before QP, I rose and asked for unanimous consent to pass a law that would protect firefighters, nurses, paramedics today, immediately, right now. The Liberals are using our frontline heroes as pawns in their political games. The minister has the power. Will he give unanimous consent to pass S-233?
Good question.
The Honourable Minister.
I love Frank Caputo.
I see I've been missed by my friends opposite.
Exactly.
I have good news. On the subject that grounds the member's question, this is one where I think we can collaborate in a nonpartisan way. The government has just tabled legislation, Bill C-14, that includes protections for first responders by adding aggravating factors to their sentences, which will result in harder penalties for those who commit assaults against our first responders. If we're going to count on first responders to keep our communities safe, the least we can do is offer the protection of Canada's criminal law. I will work across party lines with that member and with Conservatives in the Senate to adopt adoptions that will protect first responder as soon as possible.
The honourable member for Edmonton Strathcona.
Mr. Speaker, Canadians do not want coal mines destroying our cherished rock.
You know, there's just too much ambient noise. The honourable member for Edmonton Strathcona.
Mr. Speaker, Canadians do not want coal mines destroying our cherished Rocky Mountains. 4 years ago, the minister promised new coal mine selenium regulations that would protect our rivers and lakes from toxic pollution. And now we discover that instead of providing protection, the Liberals are allowing a dramatic increase in the pollutants going into rivers and lakes. This government is betraying its promise to Canadians. When will this government finally put the health of Canadians and the environment ahead of foreign interests?
Minister of the Environment and Climate Change.
Mr. Speaker, we have been very clear that we are going to continue to fight for clean air and clean waters for our next generations to come. As we continue to build Canada, we're going to build it well, and we will continue to make sure that we're protecting the environment at the same moment that we are building an economy with good jobs for the future. My job as Minister of Environment is to make sure that we continue to fight for the environment, and I will do it.
Bravo. The honourable member for Courtenay, Alberni.
Mr. Speaker, Canadians are being bled dry at the pump, at the grocery till, on their credit cards and mortgages, and by cell phone bills that just keep climbing, while corporate giants post record profits. Last year, RBC made $16 billion, Rogers $1.7 billion, Loblaws over $2 billion, and Imperial Oil almost $1 billion last quarter alone. How much profit is enough? And will this Liberal government include a corporate excess profit tax in this budget to finally protect Canadians from runaway corporate greed?
Honorable Ministre de l'Industrie.
Mr.
Speaker. I agree with my colleague. We need to make sure that we work together on making the life of Canadians more affordable. And that's why we believe in competition. That's why also we took a bold decision when it comes to telecommunications fees and upholding the CRTC decision to make sure there's more competition and therefore lower fees for Canadians. But we'll do more, and he just needs to read the budget regarding what's going to happen when it comes to our competition across the country. Thank you.
Melanie Jolie dressing a bit like Castro there. Someone needs to tell her Halloween's already passed.
309, the House will now proceed to the taking of the deferred recorded division on the motion to concur in the first report of the Standing Committee on Human Resources, Skills and Social Development and the Status of Persons with Disabilities. Call in the members.
All right, we have a motion, we have a vote, we have something going on here, ladies and gentlemen. All right, well, that is happening. Any second now they should walk in, but in roughly 50 minutes, the budget will be tabled.
The question is as follows. Mr. Genuis, seconded by Mr. Ho, move that the first report of the Standing Committee on Human Resources, Skills and Social Development and the Status of Persons with Disabilities, presented on Monday, September 22nd, 2025, be concurred in. La période.
The 10-minute period for members voting electronically has started, and the House will now proceed to the vote for members participating in person. All those in favor of the motion will please rise.
McKinnon-Gatineau.
Monsieur McKinnon-Gatineau.
Mr. Ali.
Mr. Ali.
Madame Diab.
Madame Diab.
Mr. McDonald-Melpeck.
Mr. McDonald-Melpeck.
Mr. McGinty.
Mr. McGinty.
Mr. Lightbound.
Mr. Light.
All right, so they're doing the votes right now. We have a bunch of yays going on for the Liberals. I'm not sure exactly what they're voting on here. Standing Committee on Human Resources, Skills and Social Development and Status of Persons with Disabilities. I guess they are voting to begin committee on youth employment in Canada. I think. I thought they would have already done this, so I'm not entirely sure. Concurrence in committee reports.
Mr. Belanger, Desnethé, Mississippi, Churchill River.
Mr. Belanger, Desnethé, Mississippi, Churchill River.
Ms. McKnight.
Ms. McKnight.
Ms. Chartrand.
Ms. Chartrand.
Mr. Gerritsen.
Mr. Gerritsen.
Ms. Anand.
Ms. Anand.
Ms. Alty.
Ms. Alty.
Mrs. Galmasti.
Mrs. Galmasti.
Mr. Sarai.
Mr. Sarai.
Ms. McLean, Esquimalt, Sanet Suk.
Ms. McLean, Esquimalt, Sanet Suk.
Mr. Long.
Okay, so whatever they debated in committee has come to the point where they are attempting to pass it now. So I'm not sure exactly what was debated in terms of youth employment. It's at an all-time high. A lot of talk on the temporary foreign workers program, taking jobs from the youth here in Canada. The fact that jobs in general are just at an all-time low. Thousands of jobs pouring out of the country. Companies don't want to invest here because of the insane policies the Liberal government has implemented over the past 10 years. Literally look at it like this. The Liberal government is suing Stellantis for trying to invest in the United States and leave. It's that simple. Why would any company want to come here take investments from the government just to be sued by them. And I understand they have commitments, technically, you know, the retooling of the Jeep Compass and the plant and all that, but like, man, why would Stellantis want to continue to work here? The EV mandate, out the window. Nobody wants that. Nobody wants EV vehicles. Why are you forcing that on here? That's actually one of the main driving factors behind why our auto industry is dying right now. Yes, the United States wants to build cars in the United States. Okay, sure. That doesn't excuse the fact that over the past 2 years, our government has been trying to turn every plant into a EV plant, which has killed the auto industry here in Canada. So it's literally a layup for Donald Trump. Donald Trump is literally taking candy from a baby because our government is so incredibly stupid. They have implemented policy after policy that has cut our country off at the knees. From the tanker ban to the industrial carbon tax, the consumer carbon tax. It's funny how this government implements these taxes and is now fighting to remove them and arguing to remove them. It's just, yeah, it's a wild timeline we are in right now. The Stockholm syndrome is real in this country, with people voting for the same government that continues to create all of our problems.
Cardigan.
Mr. McDonald Cardigan.
Mr. Mallet Bay of Quinty.
Mr. Mallet Bay of Quinty.
Ms. Miedema.
Ms. Miedema.
Madam Mingarelli.
Madam Mingarelli.
Ms. Naffin.
Ms. Naffin.
Ms. Wien.
Ms. Wien.
Mr. Tumba.
Mr. Tumba.
Ms. O'Rourke.
Ms. O'Rourke.
Mr. Rana.
Mr. Rana.
Ms. Royer.
Ms. Royer.
Mr. Saini.
Mr. Saini.
Mr. Sahi.
Mr. Sari.
Mr. Sawatsky.
Mr. Sawatsky.
Ms. Sodi.
Ms. Sodi.
Mr. St. Pierre.
Mr. St. Pierre.
Ms. Tesser Dirksen.
Ms. Tesser Dirksen.
Mr. Villeneuve.
Mr. Villeneuve.
Mr. Watchhorn.
Monsieur Watchhorn.
Mr. Doherty.
Mr. Doherty.
Mr. Schmale.
Mr. Schmale.
Mr. Brock.
Mr. Brock.
Mrs. Block.
Mrs. Block.
Mrs. Thomas.
Mrs. Thomas.
Monsieur Deltel.
Monsieur Deltel.
Monsieur Poilievre.
Okay, so I believe this is just going to pass. Flying colors pass. Unanimous vote across the board pass. Like I said, I don't entirely know what was discussed and what is even being passed here. But there you have it. Everybody's voting yes on this one.
Monsieur Berthold.
Mr. Workington.
Mr. Workington.
Mrs. Cramp-Nyman.
Mrs. Cramp-Nyman.
Mr. Canna.
Mr. Canna.
Mrs. Roberts.
Mrs. Roberts.
Mr. Morin.
Mr. Morin.
Mr. Ross.
Mr. Ross.
Madame Vien.
Madame Vien.
Monsieur Godin.
Monsieur Godin.
Monsieur Martel.
Monsieur Martel.
Mr. Cooper.
Mr. Cooper.
Mr. Van Popta.
Mr. Van Popta.
Monsieur Généreux.
Monsieur Généreux.
Monsieur Gould.
Monsieur Gould.
Mr. Viss.
Mr. Viss.
Mr. Lobb.
Mr. Lobb.
Mr. Baldinelli.
Mr. Baldinelli.
Mr. Davidson.
Mr. Davidson.
Mr. Calkins.
Mr. Calkins.
Mr. Lawrence.
Mr. Lawrence.
Mr. Muse.
Mr. Muse.
Mr. Waugh.
Mr. Waugh.
Ms. Rude.
Ms. Rude.
Mr. Ho.
Mr. Ho.
Mrs. Falk Battleford, Lloydminster, Meadow Lake.
Mrs. Falk Battleford, Lloydminster, Meadow Lake.
Ms. Gladue.
Ms. Gladue.
Mr. Majumdar.
Mr. Majumdar.
Mr. Shipley.
Mr. Shipley.
Mr. Redekop.
Mr. Redekop.
Mr. Tolmie.
Mr. Tolmie.
Monsieur Mallet, Kapiskasing, Timmins, Mushkagawak.
Monsieur Mallet, Kapiskasing, Timmins, Mushkagawak.
Monsieur Lefebvre.
Monsieur Lefebvre.
Mr. Arnold.
Mr. Arnold.
Mrs.
Gallant.
Pardon me?
Gallant.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mrs.
Pardon me.
Gallant.
Mr. Reed.
Mr. Reed.
Mr. Hoback.
Mr. Hoback.
Mr. Allison.
Mr. Allison.
Mr. Vierson.
Mr. Vierson.
All right, we lost the feed. I guess the Christmas JD Vance killed the CPAC feed, ladies and gentlemen.
Gallant.
Mr. Reed.
Mr. Reed.
Mr. Hoback.
Mr. Hoback.
Mr. Allison.
Mr. Allison.
Mr. Vierson.
Mr. Vierson.
Mr. Epp.
Interesting. The CPAC feed is all of a sudden having issues roughly 40 minutes before the budget is to be tabled. Isn't that funny?
Mr. Reid.
Mr. Hoback.
Mr. Hoback.
Mr. Allison.
Mr. Allison.
Mr. Vierson.
Mr. Vierson.
Mr. Epp.
Mr. Epp.
Mr. Williamson.
Mr. Williamson.
Mr. Falk-Provencher.
Mr. Falk-Provencher.
Mr. Diot.
Mr. Diot.
Mr. McCauley.
Mr. McCauley.
Mr. Menegakis.
Mr. Menegakis.
Mrs. Wagenthal.
Mrs. Wagenthal.
Mrs. Jansen.
Mrs. Jansen.
Mr. Abu-Taif.
Mr. Abu-Taif.
Mr. Dalton.
Mr. Dalton.
Mr. Dowdle.
Mr. Dowdle.
Mr. Lewis Essex.
Mr. Lewis Essex.
Mr. Patzer.
Mr. Patzer.
Mr. Leslie.
Mr. Leslie.
Mr. Giovanni.
Mr. Giovanni.
Mr. Anderson.
Mr. Anderson.
Mrs. Anstey.
Mrs. Anstey.
Mr. Au.
Mr. Howe.
Mr. Bailey.
Mr. Bailey.
Mr. Bélanger, Sudbury S, Manitoulin, Nickelbelt.
Mr. Bélanger, Sudbury S, Manitoulin, Nickelbelt.
Mr. Bexty.
Mr. Bexty.
Mr. Bonk.
Mr. Bonk.
Ms. Borelli.
Mrs. Borelli.
Ms. Cobania.
Ms. Cobania.
Ms. Cody.
Ms. Cody.
Mr. Davies, Niagara South.
Mr. Davies, Niagara South.
Mr. Dawson.
Mr. Dawson.
Mr. Ritter.
Mrs. DeRitter.
Mr. Gill, Calgary Skyview.
Mr. Gill, Calgary Skyview.
Mr. Gill, Brampton West.
Mr. Gill, Brampton West.
I just switched over from CPAC to the actual like Parliament website thing, whatever you want to call this.
Mr. Guglielmin.
Mr. Guglielmin.
Mr.
Hopefully
Gunn.
it continues to
Mr.
work.
Halsey.
I don't know.
Mr. Holman.
Mr. Holman.
Mr. Jackson.
Mr. Jackson.
Mr. Kibble.
Mr. Kibble.
Ms. Kirkland.
Kirkland.
Mrs. Conans.
Mrs. Conans.
Ms. Cronus.
Ms. Cronus.
Mr. Curick.
Mr. Kirk.
Mr. Lawton.
Mr. Lawton.
Mr. Ma.
Mr. Ma.
Mr. Mahal.
Mr. Mahal.
Mr. Mantle.
Mr. Mantle.
Mr. McKenzie.
Mr. McKenzie.
Mr. Reynolds.
Mr. Reynolds.
Mr. Rowe.
Mr. Rowe.
Mr. Stevenson.
Mr. Stevenson.
Madame Normandin.
Madame Normandin.
Monsieur Brunin Duceppe.
All right, while they
Monsieur
continue to do that, it does look like we will have official CBC coverage, guys. The most credible news station in all of Canada. No, I'm kidding. That was completely sarcastic. Yeah, I think we're going to be jumping in and out of this live stream here. I wonder who's going to be the host. Will it be David Cochran? Rosemary Barton? Or will it be some random analyst that nobody knows of? Maybe one of their B or C tier analysts. Regardless, though, let me pull this back up here.
Simard.
Monsieur Simard.
Monsieur Fortin.
Monsieur Fortin.
Monsieur Thériault.
Monsieur Thériault.
Monsieur Champoux.
Monsieur Champoux.
All right, we have the official vote here. Not sure if you could tell, but every single person voted yes, so they have to re-show it. That's fine. Voting electronically when you're even there in person doesn't really make sense, but they can still do it. They can still do it. Server in Carney's basement can't handle it. The data centers are overloading. Vote on what? That's really a good question. Something to do with youth employment in Canada. Something to do with an agreement they reached in committee. And through the various committees, they, I guess, came to something that they can all agree on. Do I know what that is? No, because I didn't watch every single standing committee on human resources, skills, and social development, social this, that, and the fourth. But they all voted on it unanimously, so I guess they were able to come to something that was half decent. I don't know exactly what it is. Anyway. Let's take a look at this, shall we?
Tabling the budget is just tradition, but it can be a hint, symbolism of what the budget may hold. The theme of building things in Canada. Look, he's building his own shoes. Champagne visited a boot factory in Quebec to do that. He walked away with a pair of black...
Okay, let's not give him too much credit. He didn't make his own shoes fully. Okay, let's not act like he's amazing here. It took him this long to make a budget. He definitely doesn't know how to make shoes.
Style dress shoes. in Jester, the government to find some
Hey,
opposition.
it's Rosemary Barton,
avoid
ladies and
triggering a
gentlemen.
snap election, which would be the second of the year. The Liberals have 169 seats, a minority. That is just three seats shy of a majority, and that means they need to find at least 3 MPs to either support the budget or abstain to make sure that they survive the confidence vote on the budget.
I am 100% confident that this budget is the right budget for this country at this moment.
But the other parties are less sure. Leader of the official opposition, Pierre Poilievre, wouldn't say whether his party plans to support the budget or not, insisting he needs to read the document before deciding.
I would like a zero deficit, but the Liberals have put us in this mess, and I work with what I got.
A key demand the Conservatives have laid out ahead of the budget is keeping the deficit below $42 billion. The Liberals' best bets for those 3 votes or abstentions could be from the NDP.
We have said that we want a budget that invests, cutting good family-sustaining jobs that exist in the public service at a time when we want to create jobs. It doesn't seem right to us. But, we're going to see where the cuts are.
Davies says there is a scenario where some of his party's MPs, who represent 7 votes, could abstain. That option is not on the table for the Bloc Québécois. The party's finance critic says the party's 22 votes hinge on what the party says are 6 non-negotiable demands.
If the government decides to not meet our demands and to let sick people in hospital without transfers and elderlies without pensions and first home buyers without a bit of help, we will have no choice, but that will not be our decision.
Now, if the Liberals aren't able...
Guys, the Bloc are going to vote for it. They probably will. All the Liberals have to put in the budget is Quebec gets $100 billion to spend on whatever they want, and boom, there you go. That gives them all the reason to vote for it. All right. I digress before I lose my mind.
To secure those 3 votes or abstentions, Canadians
aren't in the lockup.
Yes,
and we're glad to have you all here. I'm going to start with you, Rob. In terms of your expectations, we've heard a little bit more. The Globe first reporting this morning about this big infrastructure fund, spending fund. What are you hoping? What are you thinking we'll see in this budget?
Well, I'm looking for a couple of things. One of them is political, and I think it's probably the most important given the electoral state. It's the first political objective I think that the Prime Minister has to make and meet with this budget is, does it give people hope? There is a dearth of hope out there. If you're young, if you're looking for your first home, if you're looking for your first job, if you're a steel or aluminum worker in Jonquière or in Sault Ste. Marie, if you're an auto worker in Ontario, you're looking for hope, or a forestry worker in the interior of BC. Does it give people hope that that is going to turn around at some point? Also, does it give international capital confidence, hope that Canada can get big things done? Those are the political objectives. Then the economic objectives are different, I think. Is there a credible sign that this government is going to reduce expenditures over a set period of time? And is he investing in things that actually generate revenue, increase productivity? Is there definite signs of that? Those are the 2 or 3 things I'll be looking for.
Ian, how about you? That $50 billion fund is huge. I mean, maybe over 10 years, but it still would generate a lot of spending in communities and in provinces.
It's a big piece of this budget, and one of the things I'm looking forward to is seeing Finance Minister Champagne get out of Ottawa. He's going to be in Montreal tomorrow. He's going to be in Vancouver at the end of the week. I'm going to be very interested to see how this plays out in Canada, watching reports from different parts of the country as he goes and tries to sell this budget, and also as the Prime Minister goes to sell this budget. This is a really compelling, important document in the story of Mark Carney, who was outside of elected politics like a year ago. I'm interested as well. Obviously, we're in a trade dispute with the United States, so I'll be interested in seeing how that is phrased, talked about, any measures in the budget that deal with that. And I'm not sure whether I should expect a Truth Social posting, but will the Americans be watching this budget? Will they be watching what's said? And will we get a reaction from the United States? One other thing, I'm a nerd for submarines, so I'm very interested in seeing how some of the details about how this incredible move to get subs as part of defense spending is going to work out. And one last thing, public servants. the governments have gone to the well of public servants in past. Mr. Harper, obviously Mr. Martin under Mr. Chrétien many years ago. This is a city, especially in the core, not far from here, that is having some challenges. Ontario's second most populous city related to public servants. So I'm going to be interested to see. Also, of course, I'm married to a public servant, and in terms of the impact on these workers, what's going to happen, what we're going to hear
of days, Mr. Speaker,
in the next hour or so. But
how much that reduction will actually be, and how much it'll save the government, given that the federal government did grow over the past decade at least under Justin.
It's still growing. Mark Carney is still expanding the government, creating new offices and adding more bureaucrats. Nothing has changed. He is just going to spend more money. Probably 3 times the amount Trudeau did. If you want my honest opinion, another 4 years of Trudeau would probably be 1,000 times better than 4 years of Carney. Just being completely honest. Yeah, Trudeau is an idiot, but at least he's not an idiot and is going to spend this much money. He would probably eventually have gotten there, but holy Christ, man. Carney is going to bury us. He is going to bury this country with debt if this budget passes.
Forestry workers in BC and, say, New Brunswick and many other places, steel workers, auto workers. Of course, in Alberta, we'll be looking not at what he spends, but at the climate competitiveness strategy that's also supposed to come out, and whether there'll be some, cuts to some of the programs or policies like the oil and gas emissions cap. And what kind of surprise will there be for environmentalists or people who believe that the Liberals were a climate party? And I think it's there where we'll see where where other opposition parties support or don't support this. If there are surprises, people angry. If this budget goes over like a broccoli cake at a kid's birthday party, then your politicians and other parties may feel more easy to try to go to an election and fight on it.
Who's trying to give kids a broccoli cake? I don't know where you live there, Jason. But so let's talk about where the support comes from, because everyone that I've been talking to over the past number of days, not willing to say what they're going to do. We're going to read it first. That's all fair. But there are some scenarios, I think, that are more likely than others, Rob.
Well, we began to see a little bit of backpedaling, I think. I think your excellent interview with Mr. Poilievre showed that he was prepared to read the budget first before he decided whether or not he was going to support it. I would be very, very surprised if Conservatives, the official opposition, rarely votes with the government on a money bill. The last one I remember was, I think, Stephen Harper voting in favor of a health accord that Paul Martin had brought in because he thought it made sense. But I'd be surprised if that happened here. So there are lots of possibilities, though. The New Democrats are not exactly a party right now. They're not an official party. They're not a unified caucus as it is. It's possible that the Conservatives or others who may be able to read the scarlet letter that would be put on them by the electorate. I don't think anybody wants to be blamed for bringing in an election, but they may just say, we don't support this budget, but we don't want an election. We're just not going to show up. We're gonna walk out or do something dramatic to display disgust or something. They could do that. There could be a floor crossing. We've seen floor crossings in the past. Anything's possible, which is why I love these kinds of events.
Yeah, I mean, there might be some drama. We would hope for that, but it would be hard to see how a party right now would force an election, given that it's not like things have improved since the spring. In fact, you could argue that they've gotten worse now that talks are off.
Well, I'm thinking about recipes for broccoli cake, but back to the NDP, they don't have a leader. They have an interim leader. Don Davies is a fine fellow, but who would be their leader in an election? And they have applicants for the job, but the job is not being given to anyone. So an election for them would be probably catastrophic. And Conservatives, may want to hold off a while to forcing an election, see how things play out. So it doesn't seem like an election is possible. Certainly the Government House Leader McKinnon and Prime Minister there from the APEC Summit are cranking up the pressure, but I can't see an election. But the budget does give the Conservatives and the NDP and even the Bloc a chance to sort of get out there, rile things up, stir up their bases, show that they're on the job. And so that may explain the volume and the intensity of some of the remarks we're hearing.
Well, even with the $50 billion fund there, if it's going to fund health infrastructure, health clinics, you could see that the Bloc could find a way maybe to support that too, even though it doesn't do everything that the Bloc wanted. Jason, what do you make of the politics?
You know what? I have to agree with Rosemary. The Bloc are going to see money that is going to pour into their country, right? They think that they're their own nation. They're going to see any sort of funding to Quebec, and they will vote for it. It just has to be enough. It has to be enough money that makes them happy. Simple as that, guys. Because they're not willing to build mines there. They don't want pipelines in Quebec. They don't want anything. They just want good health care, and they just want to further people speaking French. That's pretty much all they want. And then, like, you know, the odd climate grift thing here and there. But I'm telling you, if it literally just said $100 billion for Quebec, Quebec would vote for it. 1,000,000%. I will die on that hill.
There's a lot.
Party members at the convention in Calgary, the national convention for the Conservative Party, and how many Conservative base who would like nothing more than for the Conservatives to dump the Liberals once and for all after 4 failed tries? Will they have the stomach to accept this leader if this leader led to the government, this Liberal government, staying on and supported a budget that has such a high deficit?
Rob Russo, Ian Bailey, Jason Markusoff, thank you all for being here and setting the stage for us. Appreciate it very much.
Thank you.
We are not too far away now from the tabling of the budget, under half an hour, and soon also.
Yes, under half an hour. So let's get off of Rosemary, and we'll go here.
Second reading committee support. We bring forward legislation and changes and amendments that will make the bill better. We spent how many weeks? We spent 2 months debating this bill, refining it, bringing forward rational, reasonable, and acceptable amendments. But yet, as the parliamentary secretary said, we didn't get the NDP on side. Well, the NDP don't sit in committee. They didn't make a presentation. We have no idea what their point of view was. But now we come back, and the government has thrown out all that work and saying we're going back to the building, the beginning. I wonder how the honourable member feels about that.
The honourable member for Lac-Saint-Jean. Well, that's it. That's an excellent question, Mr. Speaker. The same person who just said, well, if there'd been more MPs at the committee, it would have happened differently. That's a fascinating way to look at politics. The same person at second reading had said, bring us your amendments. We'll work together at committee. You'll see, we'll get along on this bill. The very same person is now telling us, well, you know, all the work you did, all the amendments you did, all the amendments you tabled, rubbish. Straight in the trash. That's what he said, because imagine, had there been more New Democratic members at the committee, it would have happened differently. It's wild, Mr. Speaker. The Honourable Member for La Pointe de l'Île. I'd like to commend my colleague for his excellent speech, and thank you for the work he does. The way I understand it, the final result will be that someone can have lived in Canada for 5 years, but over a very long period of time, over several decades, in fact. And these people will be able to automatically become Canadian without having to carry out any form of test, no security check, no language test, no citizenship test. So why does he believe that the Liberals and the NDP want to be so lax when it comes to creating new Canadians? Why do they refuse to tell us how many people this will affect? The Honourable Member for Lac-Saint-Jean. Excellent question from my colleague for La Pointe de l'Île. It's not even over 5 years, it's over 3 years. We wanted it to be 5 years. One of the elements of the question is very pertinent. One of the amendments that had been adopted at committee was that the government table a report before the Parliament every single year on the number of people that were going to become Canadians through Bill C-3. It was just a question of accountability. But this government, I think what it hates the most is being accountable.
Reprise de débat. Resuming debate. Reprise de débat. Is the House ready to hear the question? The question is as follows. Mrs. Diab, seconded by Mr. Sarai, moved that Bill C3, an act to amend the Citizenship Act 2025, be now read a third time and do pass. If a member participating in person wishes that the motion be carried or carried on division, or if a member of a recognized party, I see the Chief Government Whip rising.
We request a recorded division.
Pursuant to Standard Rule 45, the division stands deferred until Wednesday, the 5th of November 2025, at the expiry of the time provided for oral questions. The Chief Government Whip is rising once again on a point of order.
On a point of order, Mr. Speaker, I believe if you seek it, you will find consent to see the to suspend until 4 p.m., at which time we will hear the all-anticipated budget being presented by the Minister of Finance.
All those opposed to the honourable member moving that motion, please say nay. Agreed. The House asserts the terms of the motion. All those opposed to the motion, please say nay. Agreed. The House is suspended.
All right, I come back and the House is suspended. Okay. That means a whole lot of nothing is going on for the next 20 minutes in the House until the table, or the budget is tabled. Here, let me throw this back on. And, God, that music is so loud. Okay, there we go.
To run the ad. So those talks, those negotiations, still at a standstill at this time, with hopes of getting back to the table when it makes sense or when the Americans are ready to do that. Part of the budget, of course, that we've been talking about is about generational investment. Those are the words the government has been using to describe it. It is expected to take place in the form of what the government is calling a climate competitiveness strategy. That will also be inside this budget. That is supposed to help Canada's various industries and economies stay competitive in a world rapidly turning to clean energy and electric technologies. As we stand by and wait for the Prime Minister and the Finance Minister to appear, I want to bring in someone who could talk about what that strategy could look like. Bentley Allen is the Vice President of Future Economy at the Transition Accelerator, and he joins me from Washington.
All right, well,
today.
I'm going to be
Nice to see you.
completely real. I don't want to listen to the climate grift. So here's what I'm going to do instead. We're going to take a quick dive into the land of the USA to see what is going on in New York's mayoral election. Hopefully somebody's live right now covering this. Need a good source here. Oh, looks like we have a polls. Check that out. There we go. Live at a polling station in the Big Apple. Ladies and gentlemen, Communist Mamdani faces off against Democrat Cuomo and Republican Sliwa. I believe Cuomo and Mamdani are neck and neck in terms of the potential of winning. But then again, I haven't really been following this too much, other than the fact that Mamdani wants full-out communism rule, essentially, in one of the biggest cities in the States, the financial district, New York City. I've been reading the chat. I've been seeing what's going on there.
Clear up some confusion about SNAP benefits. The president just posted that they will only be given out when the radical left Democrats open the government and not before. But just yesterday, the administration said it would comply.
So once again, we have roughly 20 minutes, a little less than 20 minutes until the budget is tabled. I believe we will get a speech from Philippe Francois Champagne, and we should get a speech from Pierre Poilievre. I'm wondering if Poilievre wasn't in question period today. I guess he might have been perfecting his speech. I don't know what he's doing. I don't have the inside scoop, but at the end of the day, he wasn't at question period. And to no shock at all, Mark Carney also wasn't at question period. I think Mark Carney has been absent from more question periods than he's actually shown up to. He just misses out on all of them. A very large majority of them. Photo op here in Brazil, photo op here in the UK, photo op somewhere in Asia and the Philippines and all these other places, over in South Korea. He's never in Canada. Nobody cares what he has to say. He's completely irrelevant. We have one of the worst prime ministers, other than Trudeau, in all of history. Right now, as our prime minister. He's easily one of the worst.
In the government.
All right, just listening in there, Caroline Levitt talking about the SNAP benefits, saying the Trump administration will comply with those judges' rulings about those funds for that supplemental nutrition assistance program. We're still waiting here on Senate Democrats to step up to this microphone. We'll take you out to that as soon as it happens. Until then, let's slide away for a quick 2-minute break.
All right, everybody's going on breaks, so I'm going to have to go back to, sadly, the climate grift with Rosemary Barton. Where did that go? Where did Rosemary go? Here we go.
I think that on critical minerals...
Words that nobody should ever say. Where did Rosemary go? Because who cares?
Specifically, we've actually already put a lot of subsidies on the table. We put $3.8 billion on the table a number of years ago, but we actually haven't seen progress as rapid as we would want on the development side. There's a lot of things holding mines back in Canada, but one of the critical things has been price uncertainty. And what the government tried to do last week was really address that price uncertainty.
Okay, we can actually skip out on the climate grift, ladies and gentlemen. I got a solid video. See, this is what happens when you do things on the fly. You're just flying back and forth between things. Check this out. Right before, I guess, about an hour ago, they held a cabinet meeting, and look at Francois's big smile coming up these stairs here. That's the smile of, we are going to destroy the country.
Campaign.
Yes, I saw you on TV this morning.
What are we expecting today?
An investment budget. It's going to be a great day for Canadians. There's a lot. There's a lot going on. I just need to go see the Prime Minister.
Comment allez-vous vendre le budget aux Canadiens?
Ben, les gens vont se reconnaître. C'est un budget d'investissement. Les gens sont. On va répondre.
Can you speak to a lift?
There you go. That's the okay. Shoes.
Inch and a half lift? Can we speak to a lift?
Sorry?
Do the shoes have a lift? Inch and a half?
No.
Okay.
No, trust me. I'm not tall, but look
You're
at
not
that.
Lifting,
This is how they're made. They're the same RCMP. It's the RCMP officer shoes, so that's the same thing that they wear. So it's good, but we'll see you. This is a great day for Canada.
We see any other black in the budget. The shoes the only black we're going to see. What's the name of your budget?
Seen any people from...
Leave it to the media to ask the dumbest questions in the world. We want to know about the budget, not about the shoes on his feet. The shoes that he probably didn't make, by the way, that were already waiting for him in a box. If he actually did make the shoes, then you know what? Good on him. But I don't care what shoes he's wearing. I could care less. They're about to throw this country into debt we have never seen before, and they're talking about what shoes he's wearing because he visited the factory. Like, come on. Come on.
On the Conservative side, are you looking at the seating plan at all?
Well, I mean, we're always hopeful that the opposition will reflect on the budget that's presented today and vote in favor of it. I think that's what Canadians want. Canadians don't want an election right now. So in a minority parliament, these are the conditions that are laid out to us, and we will move forward accordingly.
Are you trying to court any Conservatives to cross the aisle?
We're always trying to work with other MPs and stakeholders throughout the country when it comes to our budget. You heard the minister say that there's been over 20,000 personal engagement activities on the budget, and so yeah, this is a budget that is going to reflect Canada and what we need right now, and I am optimistic that opposition parties will come around and vote in favor of it.
But you're in charge of the seating chart for the government side. Are you making any room, so to speak, for any additional seats?
Oh, there's always room. There's always room on our side for those that want to join the Liberal Party. We're a Big Ten party, and we're always open to those kind of discussions. But I'm not actively having a discussion with anybody, if that's what you're asking.
Yes. Yeah. Thank you.
Okay.
Do you want to approve destination status for China? The news that they approved.
Okay, she's the last person I want to hear from right now. Look, I'm not excited for this budget to drop, and it's probably going to be a week and a half of discussions and media hype up until like they actually do something about it, if they are. The current House of Commons calendar, we are in November, obviously. Next week, Parliament isn't running. It's not in session. They have like a little break, or whatever you want to call it. When the 17th hits, that's probably, and I'm going based on what Northern Perspective has said, that's probably when a non-confidence vote would come, if it is going to. There is no way, and I said this as well, there is no way they're going to drop the budget right now, and then a non-confidence vote is going to come right away. That's not going to happen. They're going to read over it. They're going to debate it for the rest of the week. Like I said, then they'll have a week off of doing whatever. Media pressers. The media is going to be hyping up a non-confidence vote for the next week and a half, discussing the winter election. It's going to be the only thing you hear in the mainstream media, and then it'll come. And then the budget will probably pass. The NDP will probably support the budget. And if they abstain, they Jagmeet 2.0 themselves, and that's the end of the NDP. That's how I'm looking at it. You could call me crazy, whatever.
Okay, let's bring you right now inside the Prime Minister's office here in the West Block, where you can see Mark Carney meeting with his Finance Minister, François-Philippe Champagne. The first budget for both of them. Let's listen in here, see what they have to say.
So, Minister, this is an historic day, and it opens up a new era for the country. You will be presenting an ambitious budget.
This is, in many ways, a historic day. We're starting a new era. We know the world's changed. Our strategy has to change with it. And we choose Canada. We choose to advance. We choose to invest. Historic investment, generational investment, everywhere from new partners abroad right down to new infrastructure at the local community, and of course millions of homes across this country. Congratulations. Merci beaucoup.
Well, thank you, Prime Minister. As the Prime Minister said, this is an investment budget. This is a generational shift. This is not just an ordinary transition. We're going to build this country like never before. We're going to protect our sovereignty. We're going to empower Canadians on the shop floor, in the fields, in their homes. This is really a generational moment. So thank you, Prime Minister. Thank you for your vision, because that budget really will give a roadmap to this country to attract more investment, to be more prosperous, more confident. So, merci, Monsieur le Premier Ministre. C'est un plaisir de
Thank you, Prime Minister. I'm very pleased to have the opportunity to present this budget. This is an historic moment for us and for the country. We're talking about generational investments, as the Prime Minister said, in our infrastructure and in productivity and competitiveness for the country, and of course, affordable housing. So I'm very pleased to have this opportunity to present the plan to Canadians, and I think everyone will see their interest in this budget. Only some 25 minutes left before your speech, and we get the numbers.
It's a crucial time for the country, and I think it's not just that, as you just said, all Canadians will see themselves in the budget, because it will help them all, but in many respects, and at its core, the budget reflects Canadians, because the thing that struck me, I think struck you, as we went across the country from early in the year, Canadians wanted to come together, want to take control of our futures. That's what this does. This gives us control.
Not under the same government that's been in power for the last 10 years, no, but for some reason here we are. All right, guys, I I cannot stand listening to him any longer. We are roughly 7 minutes out now from the budget, which means we're going to have to listen to him even further. What do we got going on here? Let's hit to the live.
Even afford to pay my rent and my groceries and all these responsibilities, or having to go to school and having to sacrifice, you know, that academic performance and all of that.
Yeah.
So now I'm taking.
So what are you doing? How are you making it work?
Well, right now I had to go down in my course load, which is obviously making me fall behind overall, but it's just like impossible to be able to work and also do a 5-course load or full course load. So right now I'm doing a 3-course load, and I'm still at my work, but yeah, it's
Okay, I don't really entirely care, to be honest with you. I don't know what we just jumped into. Ladies and gentlemen, the CBC is useless. There you go. That is my statement for the day. I bet most people already knew that, but my God, like, we spend how many millions of dollars on... Do you guys even know what CBC Gem is? I know I just went on a tangent here, but do you know what CBC Gem is? Yes or no in the chat. Because if you don't know what it is, you are in the majority of the country. CBC Gem. Do you know what that is? Yes or no in the chat. Because I didn't know what it was until a couple months ago. It is the CBC's streaming service where they upload all sorts of things, sort of like Netflix in a sense. Oh, look at this, right on Gem, the first thing you see. Wow, would you look at that? Definitely, you know, not propping up a specific party or anything like that. Don't care, no, exactly. That's what I'm getting at, right? Nobody cares about the CBC or CBC Gem, but they're paying millions of dollars to prop up all of these things here. Nobody watches them. Nobody watches them. I don't even know. I don't even know why. Like, you learn something new every day, right? So here you go. You learned about the CBC Gem and how our government is wasting millions of dollars on it. Sort of ties into streaming services as a whole, where they were doing really good at first, and then everybody kind of made one, and now none of them are doing good. Like, nobody's paying for CBC Gem. Nobody's paying for it. Exactly. Our tax dollars are going towards a news station, right? The CBC News. It's going towards a propaganda machine. You've heard of the CBC Gem, or are you pulling my leg right now? Anything to do with the CBC, I ignore. Fair enough. I don't blame you. The only time I watch it is to see Rosemary or David Cochran get roasted. All right, speaking of the CBC, and I guess right now, because we're about to head back to the CBC, hopefully we get an update on what's going on here.
I mean, we would see them at breakfast sometimes just hunched over their laptops, not really talking to anybody. You really had the sense that they were working on this thing up to the last minute. And, you know, keep in mind how this trip was kind of overshadowed by the halted trade talks with the U.S., right? I mean, Carney spoke to U.S. President Donald Trump. At one point, journalists were asking the Prime Minister, well, what is your plan now? Because it looks like those halted trade talks are not restarting. And Carney would say, well, the plan is the budget, really kind of pointing people toward this document, toward today.
Here comes the Prime Minister now. If we can just pop that up while you're talking, Rafi, as he makes his way inside the House of Commons.
Of course.
I saw some of his staff members, so he will be shortly following, I'm sure. There he is, with François-Philippe Champagne. Maybe we'll just listen.
Floor crossing to your government. What do you say to that,
budget
sir?
that everyone can support. A budget for the country, for the moment.
There it is.
Generational. Couldn't be prouder of my finances.
We're ready. We're ready.
Okay,
You know, an investment budget, des investissements générationnels. We'll meet the moment.
Okay, well, you can see there the theme of the budget, or the title of the budget. There always is one, Canada Fort or Canada Strong, which isn't surprising. That's been much of the language from the Prime Minister and his government since being elected. Nisha, sorry to interrupt you, Rafi. I'm going to get Nisha in just before we get underway, because you've been talking to businesses, small business owners. I know one of the things that business wants to see here is some sense of stability and predictability. What are you hearing from them?
Yeah, you know, small businesses I've been talking to, Rosemary, have been saying that they have less capacity to deal with these trade disruptions compared to bigger businesses. You know, they just don't have the runway to deal with these kinds of tariffs. And so they are looking for the federal government to take some of the pressure off. We know that the government has already announced a $1 billion relief fund to kind of help them strengthen their supply chains and find new export markets. The wish list does go on, though. They're looking for the return of those carbon tax rebates from 2024. That would be about $630 million. They're also looking for a lowering of the small business tax rate and a lot of other changes. But of course, Rosemary, we know that budgets are about priorities, and not everyone can have everything.
Nisha, maybe I'll just ask you one more question about Bay Street in terms of whether they are looking for something in specifically to try and, spur capital investment or try and get other countries and bigger companies from outside of this country to invest here.
Yeah, there could be some new tax measures. We know that Prime Minister Carney hinted last month that there would be some kind of review to make investing in Canada more attractive. We know that even before the trade dispute started, that Canada was suffering from a really serious productivity crisis, and they are looking for this Prime Minister to make it attractive to invest in Canada, to attract capital to this country, especially because we're competing with the U.S., which is also very competitive. Business on Bay Street and across the country really looking for some kind of certainty. This Prime Minister, I think they are optimistic that they will get some support here. In the last budget, there was that big surprise for the hiking of the capital gains inclusion rate. The business community was really in an uproar about that last year, saying that it would deter investment in Canada. I think that they're not going to see that kind of negative surprise from this budget.
Nisha Patel, thank you for giving us that perspective. Rafi, I'm going to come back to you and just ask you a last question as we wait for the finance minister rise inside the House of Commons. David Cochrane here sitting next to me. We'll bring him in a moment, even though he can't tell us everything until François-Philippe Champagne.
All right, well, I guess David Cochrane's already read parts of the budget or something to that extent, because I did remember hearing that they set up a room for everybody to go in and read it, but they couldn't say anything until it was officially announced. I don't know what you guys are laughing at in the chat. I'm trying to figure that one out. There's definitely a bit of a delay on the stream, so I'm not sure what you're going on about. Any second now. Any second. We should be good to go.
And the tests for the court to decide if this answer is constitutionally valid will be simple rationality. And maybe it meets the test, maybe it doesn't meet the test. I leave it there. If somebody wants to hire me to say, I'll be pleased to assist. But I'm joking. But it's a question which calls for nuances.
It being 4 p.m., the House will now proceed to the consideration of the Ways and Means motion number 2 concerning the budget presentation. Monsieur Champagne.
Mr. Champagne, seconded by Mr. Carney, moves that this House approve in general the budgetary policy of the government. The Honourable Minister of Finance.
To table in both official languages the budget documents for 2025, including the notice of Ways and Means motion The details of the measures are contained in these documents. Pursuant to Standing Order 83-2, I am requesting that an order of the day be designated for consideration of these motions, Mr. Speaker. And with that, I will give that to the clerk.
It only took 7 months. Here we go, finally.
Monsieur le Président, honorable député de cette...
Mr. Speaker, honorable members of this House, Canadians. The budget I present today comes at a time of profound change, a time to build.
The budget I present today comes at a time of profound change, a time to build. The world is undergoing a series of fundamental shifts at a speed, scale, and scope not seen since the fall of the Berlin Wall. The rules-based international order and the trading system that powered Canada's prosperity for decades are being reshaped, threatening our sovereignty, our prosperity, and our values. Long-standing supply chains and trade relationships that once ensured stable growth in this country from coast to coast to coast, and good jobs across our nation, and affordable products are being disrupted. Monsieur le Président, l'impact est...
Mr. Speaker, the impact is profound, hurting Canadian companies, affecting workers, disrupting supply chains, and causing uncertainty that holds back investment.
En fait, le niveau...
In fact, the level of uncertainty is higher than what we have seen and felt for generations. It is not a transition. Rather, it is a true generational shift. The challenges are great, but the opportunities for Canada are even greater.
Mr. Speaker, but the opportunities for Canada are even greater. Et c'est dans cet esprit que...
And in this spirit, today, I present to you Budget 2025. As a former finance minister, also from Shawinigan, so eloquently put it.
Humility, but also with confidence, Mr. Speaker. This is Canada. This budget must be generational in its ambition and serve to shape our economy and our nation's future. Il n'y a pas de place pour le retrait.
There is no place for withdrawal, ambiguity, or even standing still. Only for bold and swift action.
Bold and swift action is what is needed. To weather the storm of uncertainty, we will not lower ourselves, Mr. Speaker. Quite the opposite. We will raise them to catch the winds of economic change because we believe in Canada. Nous explorerons de...
We will explore new markets and sell more of the best of what Canada has to offer.
We will build here at home stronger industries, nation-building infrastructures, and millions of more homes for Canadians. We will protect what matters most, our people, our communities, and our sovereignty. And we will empower Canadians by making life more affordable, creating new career opportunities, and ensuring every generation can get ahead. This is how we win. This is how we keep winning, Mr. Speaker.
Hear, hear.
When people look back on this budget, they will be able to judge the importance of the choices that we have made. Greater autonomy is and continues to be the best approach to achieve real resilience. It is in this spirit that, through Budget 2025, we are building Canada strong. Mr. Speaker, around the world, tariffs have increased. Growth is slowing, and trade relationships are being tested. All of these constraints are being felt across the country by Canadians in their daily lives. Families are seeing this every week when they do their groceries. Renters see it when they pay their rent. Young people are sending out their resumes, but they aren't receiving any offers as a result of their efforts. In factories, in the fields, and in communities across the country, people feel the current economic challenges. Workers are facing fewer shifts, shorter hours, and in some cases, unfortunately, layoffs.
Want to grow, but uncertainty is understandably making them wait. And for many, it feels like opportunity is slipping just a little further out of reach. That's why we need to act, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, these are the realities Canadian workers and their families are facing. They are doing everything they can to keep moving forward in uncertain times. And through it all, the Canadian economy has held steady. Forecasters now expect modest GDP growth of just above 1% in 2025. C'est la résilience des Canadiens et Canadiennes.
The resilience of Canadians is earning us the respect of our foreign partners. It is this same resilience that gives me confidence in the future. This very resilience also gives Canadians confidence in the future.
Trading partner fundamentally reshapes all of its trading relationship. There are two responses, Mr. Speaker. You can slash the deficit, hope for the best, wait for the uncertainty to unexpectedly disappear, and see if it trickles down, ever comes. That approach to balance the budget this year would have to eliminate vital social programs and all the capital investments needed for Canada's future. We chose a different path, Mr. Speaker, a path that believes in Canada, a path that invests in our country's future, a path that reinforces Canadian values, a path that makes us less resilient on our trading partner, a path that allows us to be master in our own house, Mr. Speaker. We chose Canada. This House will choose Canada as well, Mr. Speaker. I hope they will all choose Canada, parce que nous voulons tous et toutes être.
Because we all want to be masters of our own home, Mr. Speaker. We all believe in Canada, Mr. Speaker.
Speaker, when our steel, aluminum, forestry, auto, and agriculture industries were hit by U.S. tariff and trade disruptions, we did not stand by and wait for the storm to pass. We stepped in with the most comprehensive set of trade resilience measures in Canadian history, because this is who we are as Canadians, Mr. Speaker. This is who we are. When times get tough, we stand together, because we are Canadian. The government launched the Strategic Response Fund that my colleagues have been leading, allocating $5 billion to help sectors impacted by tariffs to adapt, to diversify, and to grow. Businesses can use the fund to invest in the design of new products, retool plans to boost productivity, or offset the cost of accessing new markets, because we want our industry to succeed. We want them to be able to make this pivot, Mr. Speaker, because we believe in our workers, we believe in our industry, we believe in our future, we believe in Canada. Nous avons également mis en place un programme de liquidité.
We have also introduced a $1 billion liquidity relief package to help small and medium-sized businesses, because these businesses help our great country grow and they employ millions of Canadians. So this relief package will help businesses adapt, and it will include a new skills retraining program that will benefit 50,000 workers, Mr. Speaker. We believe that Canadian workers are at the very core of our strategy.
Which are probably wondering today, we will be there to help you increase your competitiveness within the Canadian market. Pour nos travailleurs de
To our aluminum workers, we will be there to help you modernize your smelters and to open up new markets.
To our auto workers, we will fight alongside you to keep our auto plants in Canada, Mr. Speaker. Producers, we know the times are hard and we are working not only to restore your market access, Mr. Speaker, but to expand it. And the recent trip of the Prime Minister in Asia was one of them. We are going to work tirelessly to expand your market. We believe in you, we believe in your industry, and we will do what it takes to make sure that you can sell your products around the world.
These strategic sectors are at the forefront of this generational change. We will ensure they are strong, resilient, and ready to lead our economic transition, from dependence to resilience.
We're going to move this economy, Mr. Speaker, to be more resilient. We're going to move from reliance to resilience because we want Canada to succeed not only today, but for generations to come. We're going to move from uncertainty to prosperity, Mr. Speaker, because we understand that investing in Canada is the best way to ensure prosperity for generations to come. Le budget de 2025, Monsieur le Président,
Mr. Speaker, Budget 2025 is our response. It is for all Canadians. It is a plan for resilience. Budget 2025 is rooted in confidence, focused on results, and designed to ensure that Canada not only weathers this storm, but emerges even stronger from it.
The words of a previous finance minister, when in 1995 he presented his budget, and he said at the time, our very way of life as Canadians is being tested. And there are times in the progress of people when fundamental choices must be made and a new course charted. For Canada, Mr. Speaker, this is one of those times. Et je dirais, Monsieur le Président, que nous...
Mr. Speaker, I would say that today we are also facing a unique moment in the history of our great country. The Prime Minister has called on our country to look beyond today's challenges and to embark on a path that will redefine Canada for generations to come. Why? Because we believe in Canada, Mr. Speaker. The Prime Minister asked each of us to focus on what we can control and to take bold, ambitious action.
In the strength of Canadians, Mr. Speaker, I have confidence in our ability as a nation to meet the moment. I have confidence that together we can build Canada, protect our way of life, and empower Canadians like never before, because we believe in Canada, Mr. Speaker.
Hear, hear.
It is interesting to note, Mr. Speaker, and all Canadians who are watching and those with us today would know, Canada has what the world needs and what the world increasingly wants, Mr. Speaker. It goes from our product to our technology to our values. Mr. Speaker, Canada is inspiring the world. We are an energy superpower in both clean and conventional energy. Nous sommes l'un des principaux.
We are among the top producers of critical minerals, and a world leader in artificial intelligence.
Nous avons
We have unmatched market access, as we are the only country in the G7 with free trade agreements with every other G7 nation.
Nous avons les gens.
We have the people, we have the resources, we have the stability necessary to prosper and to compete in the new economy before us.
Ainsi,
so, Canada enters this period of transformation from a position of strength.
Speaker, the world is changing, but Canada is strong. We're going to build Canada strong together. We're going to empower Canadians, and we're going to defend our sovereignty, Mr. Speaker. Canadians have done it before. We will do it again. Canada also has the lowest net debt to GDP ratio in the G7, and the federal debt to GDP ratio will remain stable over the budget horizon. We also have one of the lowest deficits in the G7 and one of the strongest fiscal positions in the world. Yes, Mr. Speaker, we have a strong fiscal position, a strong base to work for, a strong base to invest, Mr. Speaker. And we must use this fiscal power to make generational investment because we believe in Canada. And as the managing director of the International Monetary Fund recently said, both Germany and Canada recognize that in this very testing time, they need to use their fiscal space. In the case of Canada, the Canadian authorities have been very decisive to take action in the context of changing relations with their main trading partner. Mr. Speaker, Canada is recognized on the world stage as a country with the fiscal capacity to invest, to grow its economy, to invest in its people, and to protect its sovereignty. That recognition matters because it affirms something fundamental about this country. When times are difficult, we do not retreat. We advance, we invest, Mr. Speaker, and that's what Budget 2025 is all about. Budget 2025 is a plan to catalyze investments from provinces, territories, municipalities, indigenous communities, and the private sector. With this plan, in 5 years, we will enable $1 trillion in total investment in this country, Mr. Speaker. Enable $1 trillion of investment. Conservative are silent in their heart, they support that, Mr. Speaker, because I know that they will take the break week to go around and tell their constituent how great we're going to see this country and all the investment we're going to see. Hear, hear. And I know in their heart I can see them.
Canada is one of the best places in the world to invest, and we are going to make it even better. This fiscal strength allows us to make historic investments not only today, but also for future generations.
To Canadians who feel the strain of these times, our message is clear. We will not back down. We will be there for you now and for as long as it takes. We will do what Canadians do best in times of need. We look after one another. We help each other. That's the Canadian way. That's our way, Mr. Speaker.
Meeting this great challenge, Mr. Speaker, requires both ambition and discipline. We need to be ambitious in our investments and rigorous in our spending. And that's why this budget charts a new course for Canada's public finances. Because Canadians expect their government to achieve results. And to get there, we must spend less on operations so we can invest more in Canada's future. First, a new capital budgeting framework, separating our day-to-day spending from the investments that build our future. This reform will allow Canadians to better understand where their money goes, and it will ensure that each dollar helps strengthen our productivity.
Mr. Speaker, we will make capital investment a national priority. Mieux budgéter.
Better budgeting also means presenting the budget at the best time. From now on, the federal budget will be presented in the fall, aligning with the construction season and better supporting provinces, municipalities, as well as contractors in the delivery of their project.
Build this country, and we have a lot to do, and we're going to do it together, Mr. Speaker. And what you see in this budget and in this Prime Minister is that we have a roadmap, Mr. Speaker, to build Canada strong. We understand that there's things we need to do on our side to make sure we can build like never before, and this is the plan to do it. Second, it's all about discipline. The Prime Minister has been clear. Canada's new government will spend less so we can invest more. Mr. Speaker, our budget puts forward $60 billion in saving over 5 years, Mr. Speaker. Canadians have been tightening their belt for quite some time, and it's only natural that we put our house in order as well. And we're going to make sure to the exercise we've done, Mr. Speaker, we found these savings, we did the hard work, we took the tough decision, but you know what? That's what Canadians expect from us. We have a strong mandate. They tell us, do what must be done. That's what we did, Mr. Speaker, and we're going to continue to do. So let me be clear. We are protecting the vital services. While we did that, Mr. Speaker, let me be very clear for all the Canadians watching at home. We are protecting the vital services that you rely on, including childcare, dental care, farmer care, because those are essential and vital for families across our nation. This is who we are as Canadians, Mr. Speaker, and we're going to remain true to our values.
And we are making responsible and pragmatic choices to reduce inefficiencies and focus government initiatives on our core priorities.
Called the Government Comprehensive Expenditure Review, we are focusing investment on initiatives that meet their objectives and complement rather than duplicate services delivered by other levels of government. Mr. Speaker, we have looked at how we can streamline programs, how we can right-size, how can we use technology, how can we use AI with one goal in mind to provide better service to Canadians, to be more efficient, because Canadians deserve the best service from their government, and we will deliver. Mr. Speaker, we will cut red tape, we will digitize services and make them faster, simpler, and easier to access. Nous allons encourager
just like the
We are encouraging
CRA.
the adoption of new technologies across government, including Made in Canada sovereign AI tools through a new digital transformation office. Because, Mr. Speaker, we understand the potential of this digital transformation, and Canada will be both a global leader in this and in service delivery.
A more effective government that can deliver smarter, faster, and more effective services to Canadians. Since 2019, the federal public service population has grown at a rate which is far greater than the Canadian population, Mr. Speaker. We must get the size of our public service back to a sustainable level that is keeping with best practices. But as we are, Mr. Speaker, we will do that with fairness and compassion, because we appreciate the work of every civil servant in this country. We appreciate their service. We appreciate their work. We value their contribution to our country.
Look how many pages that speech is, guys. We're gonna be here for the rest of our lives.
System fairer. Third, we need clear fiscal anchors to provide the predictability and clarity to the world and to Canadians. We will balance day-to-day operating spending with revenues by 2028, 2029, shifting the budget towards investments that grow the economy. Mr. Speaker, this is a pivotal moment in Canada's history. We're going to make sure that the dollar that people entrust in us will be invested to grow Canada. We will maintain a declining deficit to GDP ratio, ensuring that the discipline today while investing in our collective future.
The measures proposed in Budget 2025 put us on the right path to achieve our investment goals. Mr. Speaker, we will create a business environment that attracts an unprecedented flow of private capital into the energy, infrastructure, housing, and defense sectors. Mr. Speaker, this budget is one of investment, generational investment for this generation and future generations. Mr. Speaker, this is because we believe in Canada. Our investments will focus on our economic success and focus on productivity, because productivity means doing more with less, because that's the best way we can improve the lifestyles of Canadians. The 2025 budget will not only accelerate construction in housing and infrastructure, but across the country. It will also strengthen Canada's position as a fiscally competitive jurisdiction and one of the best places in the world to invest.
Canada is a great place to invest, but together with Budget 2025, we're going to make it even greater, Mr. In short, Canada is the place to be. Canada is the place to invest. Canada is the place to grow, Mr. Speaker. And we're proud to serve Canadians.
Mr. Speaker, budgets are not about doing everything. They're about what's necessary and doing it well. We're putting forward a firm, fair, and results-driven plan, the kind of reform Canadians are asking for and the kind that's always served our country well.
Plan will invest $280 billion over 5 years in capital to strengthen Canada's productivity, competitiveness, and resilience. Wow. On a cash basis, this is an historic investment of $450 billion, Mr. Speaker, in Canada.
Whoa, we are so fucking cooked. Holy shit, 400 and... Jesus Christ. The fuck?
And we're gonna do all that because we believe in Canada. We believe in Canadians. We believe in our workers. We believe in our future, Mr. Speaker.
These generational investments will drive growth in every region, Mr. Speaker, and create good middle-class jobs, the kind of jobs that allow young people and families to plan for the future with confidence.
Our generational investment will focus on 4 key priorities. Housing, to restore affordability and opportunity. Infrastructure, to connect Canadians and accelerate growth. Defense and security, to protect our sovereignty and our communities. Productivity and competitiveness, to lead and make Canada an innovation powerhouse, the innovation powerhouse of the 21st century. Il ne s'agit pas de...
And these are not abstract priorities. They are the foundations of a stronger, more ambitious and competitive Canada, because we believe in Canada. Mr. Speaker, our task now is to turn our fiscal strength into national purpose. For generations, together, Canadians have undertaken major projects that have connected our regions, energized our industries, and defined our identity. for more than 1 century, Mr. Speaker.
The Economy Act adopted last June continues that tradition, a very proud tradition. It removed barriers to internal trade, accelerate approvals for major projects, and strengthens the economic union that binds our province and territories together. We are completing the unfinished work of Confederation, Mr. Speaker. We are going to complete the unfinished work of Confederation, ensuring that wherever a product is made in Canada, it can be sold in Canada, where trade and opportunity flow freely across provincial lines. Mr. Speaker, this is about Canada. If you build something in one part of the country, you ought to be able to sell it across the country, because we believe in Canada.
Yeah, he really is just repeating himself at this point, but they just tabled $500 billion in spending.
Won't stop there, but also launch the next generation.
Their government won't stop there, boys. We're really going for it.
Highways, airstrips, ports, electrical grids, and digital corridors will define the next century of Canadian growth. And thanks to these investments, we will connect regions, strengthen supply chains across the country, and create hundreds of thousands of high-paying jobs in every region of this big country.
Structure Fund, Mr. Speaker, will expand possibilities and opportunities like never before in Canada's north, Mr. Speaker. We should all be proud as Canadian. We're going to make historic investment in Canada's north. This is a great moment for the country.
They have spent more time clapping for themselves than he has actually reading the speech.
And we will build infrastructure in communities all across Canada with the new Build Communities Strong Fund, Mr. Speaker. As we build million more homes, we'll need infrastructure like roads to build new neighborhoods. This fund will help build that. New neighborhoods will lead to new communities across our country that will want recreational and athletic center. This fund will help build that. Wow. And the new communities will need new hospital. This fund will help build that. This fund will build Canada strong. This fund will build our community strong. This fund will build Canada strong, Mr. Speaker. And something I'm very proud of, and I think the Prime Minister would join me in that, we will do all this by being our own best customer to the new Buy Canadian policy. It's about time that we put Canadian suppliers first.
When the government buys, Canadian suppliers will be our first choice whenever possible. Full stop. Because we believe in Canada. We will use
steel made by our workers in Hamilton and Sault Ste. Marie.
We will use aluminum cast in Saguenay-Lac-Saint-Jean, Bécancour, and Kitimat. And we will use softwood lumber cut in Thunder Bay, Prince George, and even in my region of Latuque.
Workers, we will support our country. We will support our industry. Monsieur le Président.
Mr. Speaker, I'll give you an example. Yesterday in Saint-Tite, a small rural city in my riding, I visited Boulay Boots, a family business that has been making boots since 1933. I even had the opportunity to build part of the shoes that I'm proudly wearing today with the help of many skilled workers. A reminder of the craftsmanship and pride that make the Canadian manufacturing industry so strong. Mr. Speaker, the shoes I proudly wear today are the same ones worn by our CMP officers.
know the Conservative would wish they would have a pair too. Mr. Speaker, these shoes have been made in Canada by Canadian for Canadians. That's the way to go, Mr. Speaker. That's how you build a Canada strong. C'est tout le sens.
And that's what Buy Canadian is all about. Good jobs, resilient communities, and pride in what we're building together.
It's all about good jobs. It's all about resilient communities in our cities and in rural communities across our nation. And this is about pride in what we build, pride in Canada, pride in our workers. That's how you build a strong country. Mr. Speaker, Canada has a legacy of builders. We are a nation of builders. That same spirit of building at home has defined Canada for generations. We have done this before. Back in 1945, just after the war, Canada had to do big things. A so-called, at the time, Minister of Everything, the great CDL banked on the boundless potential of Canada to make big change in our country. He was not afraid to bet big on Canadians. Neither we are, Mr. Speaker, because we believe in Canada. This budget is guided by the strong conviction that Canada must remain a nation of builders, of infrastructure and of innovation, of trust in public institutions and hope for generations to come. This nation knows how to build. We built the Canadian Pacific Railway in 1885, allowing our country to be connected from coast to coast and supporting trade across the prairies. We built the St. Lawrence Seaway, more recently in 1959, creating a deep water route from the Great Lakes to the Atlantic Ocean. Et plus récemment, nous avons construit les...
And recently, we built the James Bay Hydroelectric Facility in 1985, providing abundant clean energy to power Canadian industries and enabling Canada to become one of the world's top producers of renewable hydroelectric energy. Mr. Speaker.
Of Canada, that's why we want to build a Canada strong together. Each generation has taken on its share of the work and left the next generation stronger for it. We will do it again because we believe in Canada.
Hear, hear.
With planned investment of $115 billion in infrastructure over 5 years, we will meet the moment. That's what Canadians expect from their government. They know what's going on. They want us to meet the moment, and we'll meet that moment. And we will build the backbone of Canada's next economy. Our task is simple, but it's profound. To turn plans into projects, to turn projects into careers, and to turn careers into prosperity, Mr. Speaker. That's what we are committed to do. That's what we will do with Canadians across the nation. And to do so, we will do that in a way that protects our future, that also protects our nature, and also protect our core values. Building a true partnership with Indigenous people whose stewardship and knowledge of the land continue to guide us today. Because we do not just build for ourselves. Because we do not build just for ourselves, we build for those who will follow us. I'm often reminded of the 7th-generation principle. Rooted in Indigenous teachings, a reminder that every decision we take must consider its impact on future generations. Mr. Speaker, we will build Canada strong, but we will build with Canadian values. Mais un pays fort, Monsieur le Président.
Mr. Speaker, a strong country invests not only in its economy, but also in its identity. Over the past year, Canadians have shown what Canada is truly made of. When global uncertainty tested us, we looked to each other. people asked where their food was grown and chose to buy from local farmers and producers. Families traveled across the country and rediscovered its beauty from coast to coast to coast. Communities rallied around Canadian businesses, creators, and workers. That, Mr. Speaker, is what it means to be Canadian, to stand up for one another, to build together, and to take pride in what we make, grow, and create here at home. That is what it means to be Canadian, Mr. Speaker, and that is why we are here to defend Canada. We are a bilingual, diverse, and compassionate country, shaped by reconciliation, equality, and respect. Mr. Speaker, we believe in a strong Canada. Mr. Speaker, our government is investing heavily to help Canadians get ahead.
Page 3. Oh my god, dude, this is taking way too long.
Country, every family around the country, everyone listening today. Canada faces a steep housing supply gap that has threatened affordability, and our minister has been doing great work to make sure we have more supply and continue to do so. We need to make sure that, Canadians across the nation can find a home, and because when they find a home, this is the best way to build their lives, and therefore we want to be there for them. Budget 2025 is, Mr. Speaker, the most ambitious housing plan since the Second World War. This is what we're delivering.
All right, guys. He's just literally repeating the same 5 things over and over again, and it looks like he still has 700 pages to go. I think I am going to call it here. Because, honestly, what is he going to go on for another hour and a half? How many more pages is this? It's getting a little bit ridiculous.
We need to build now. We need to build Canada strong. We have put in this budget record investment of $13 billion over 5 years in our flagship home building initiative, the Build Canada Homes. And I'm sure Canadians across the country understand that, because this will be making sure that we build at speed and scale that we have not seen in generations. And we will build, Mr. Speaker, we will double the pace of housing construction over the next decade while we create a new industry. When we will be using Canadian technology, Canadian workers, and Canadian lumber. We will use Canadian workers to build Canada with Canadian material. This is what we're going to do, Mr. Speaker.
Yeah, all right, guys. I'm going to call it here. I will be live again, probably around 6 p.m. Eastern Standard Time for the New York City mayoral election. So if you are interested in that, I will see you in roughly an hour. Because honestly, he's just actually repeating the same 4 things, 5 things over and over again, and I don't care. This is literally question period talking points mixed in with, we're going to spend billions here, we're going to spend billions here. All I hear is record amounts of spending, record amounts of debt, and this is not going to make life more affordable. It's just going to make things more expensive. Anyway, guys, have a great rest of your day or night, depending on where you are from, and I will see you in roughly an hour for the New York City mayoral election. Have a great rest of your day or night. Adios, everyone.
Thing that this Prime Minister did for Canadians was to cut tax for 22 million Canadians. That is the first thing we did.
See, question period talking points. He's not finished. This is wild.